Te rei te mihi atu kia koutou ngā kai kaunihira ngā kai hāpai o ngā kaupapa mo te iti me te rahi. Koutou o te hāpori, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. Tēnei mātou e tuku whakamoemiti ki a koe, kia horota marino, kia whakapapa pauna me te moana I rungi te iti me te rahi, kai pai nei I tēnei rangi. Kia tau mai tō manaakitanga ki runga I ngā whānau katoa, ara te rangi Māori, te aroha, kia tutuku I ngā moe o te tāne nui o kirikiri roa, kia kore e kōtiti I roto I tēnei ā. Nō reira e te kaihanga o te rangi me te whenua, e tau mai tō aroha ki rungi I ki tūheitia, e hikoa I rungi ngā tonge kura, ei poporu ki ngā tāanga o rātau māko wheti rangitia. Ki te mate, rātau ko hurihia ke whairau, moi mai roti te ariki. Kia tātou e pai nei, tēnei te waka o taimui, tēnei te maunga o taupiri I mihi nei, kore noa, tēnā koutou, tai mārere kia tātou.
And by way of explanation, this is meeting the hearings engagement, so we are subject to the standing orders of this council for this particular committee process. I just want to note the apologies from councillors Pascoe and Forsyth, Mangai Rao and Mangai Te Ua for partial attendance and for their apologies. And Mayor Southgate is with us. Councillor Bunting may have to leave us on official council business, as I understand it. And note apologies from Councillor O'Leary. Oh no, she's here. Councillor O'Leary is on Zoom, and everyone else is.
I will have to move to go to another meeting if this runs over 4 o'clock.
Right, and because we are as a committee, we are reporting to the community committee chaired by Councillor Bunting initially, and then on to council. Our quorum, of course, is 8, so we are a little bit constrained, and obviously what I want to encourage within the time allocated, and I do apologise if you like for strictures of time, the emphasis must be to hear the submitters, and obviously my colleague councillors obviously will ask questions as appropriate, but we are having another 2 major sessions of council on this, on the content matter of today of the pillars of wellbeing. I just now move to confirm the agenda, seconded by.
You need to vote on those apologies?
Yes, okay. Move that apologies be sustained. Seconded, Mangai Tapora. All those in favour, aye. Those to the contrary. I now move that we confirm the agenda. Move Councillor Wilson. Seconded Councillor McPherson. All those in favour, those to the contrary. That is carried. Do we have any declarations of interest? There are none. I now would invite Sean to perhaps share with us the process to date.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair Martin. So just in terms of purpose of today, it's about verbal submissions. So obviously we've been running an public engagement process on Hepa Manawa Ora for the last month. Today is the purpose of today is about hearing those submitters who would like to present to the council verbally, and so that's what the agenda is today. There have been a number of engagement events over the last month where we have received, and through that process have received 1,010 submissions in total. The report sort of summarises the nature of those submissions, and from after today what will happen is we will work with elected members through workshops to finalise the strategy, taking into account feedback and what we've heard from the community, and then as Chair Martin has said, present that to the community committee for recommendation to council, where all going to plan the strategy would ultimately be adopted. So with that, Chair Martin, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And the process is that we receive the submissions during the afternoon, and obviously following the receipt of the verbal submissions today, we will obviously give directions to staff based on both the verbal and written submissions as to the key issues that we believe should be included in the deliberations report. And if there's any questions or clarification around process or where to from here, we would do that at the end of the meeting. And then I note, of course, that we report to the Community Committee in the first instance, chaired by Councillor Bunting, and his chair's report tomorrow may also give a brief update as to today's proceedings as well. Right, without further ado, can I, you'll note that organisations have been allocated 10 minutes. Please take the written component of your submission as read, and obviously the time allocated is for you to highlight the major points. Again, I apologise for the time constraint, and then individuals are allocated 5 minutes. And obviously, as you can see, we have some what is to come, some very excellent submissions, literally till about 5:30. First of all, I want to invite Jeremy Mail of Creative Waikato to join us at the table, please.
He piko he taniwha, he piko he taniwha, Waikato taniwharo tihei mauri ora. Ko Jeremy Mail tōku ingoa, ko whakahaere ahau i te toi Waikato, i whānau mai ahau i kirikiri roa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora Council, my name is Dr. Jeremy Mail. I'm here on behalf of Creative Waikato. I know that you've read the submission, and you'll see that Creative Waikato is very supportive of the strategy and the visions that it has. It is encouraging that this has been developed with mana whenua and that there is a commitment to having a meaningful connection with Te Ao Māori. As we are based in Aotearoa, it is vital that we embrace a Te Ao Māori lens in the way that we operate and our collective vision for a shared future. We must acknowledge the well-being of tangata whenua and understand things from a Te Ao Māori perspective as being central to our understanding of well-being in Aotearoa. This lens provides a unique opportunity for us to think and act in a distinctive way, a way that sees the interwoven experience of things, a way that sees creativity as a core part of life and existence, a thing that is a holistic well-being. There are patterns, stories, and connections between all living things, and these elements serve to provide clarity and understanding. There is a plurality of existence where things are connected. The concepts are inclusive and are holistic. They let us share our experience, to value human experience, and to engage with one another in an empowering way, to give mana to each other, and to acknowledge our individual and collective mauri. Also, it is important to acknowledge an understanding of toi in the context of what we do at Creative Waikato. As with many translations, the depth and breadth of understanding of the term toi is not often clearly articulated as we move in between languages. Toi may be understood as art in general. It may be understood as being a representation of a range of Māori art forms, both traditional and contemporary. But also, toi can be understood as a concept that defines creativity as an ever-present, permeable creative energy. As a term, it doesn't discriminate by media or sector. It is also unbounded by ideas of siloing or separation. It is inclusive of the Western understanding of arts and creativity and creative enterprise, as well as well-being, creative practice, and thought. This is an exciting place for us to be, and it is great that the Council are continuing to move in this direction. In support of this strategy, Creative Waikato would like to also see a clear idea of how these goals will be achieved. Once the strategy is accepted, how they can be put into action to have meaningful and tangible impact. And we'd particularly like to point out the connections to toi Māori within the strategy and acknowledge that it would be great to see a commitment to some specific new funding to encourage and enable more toi Māori and kirikiriroa in all forms in a really meaningful way. Ngā mihi nui. Kia ora.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee before we move to our next submitter? Thank you so much. If there are no questions, I will thank you for your submission, sir, and on behalf of Creative Waikato, I will now invite, yes, I'll now invite Wiki Toria Tane. She's coming in on Zoom. We're in your hands.
Tēnā koutou, ngā mihi, I think that was for me.
Yes.
I can't hear you very well.
Can you hear us now?
Koutou me ngā mihi kia koe nau I tūwhera tō hui te ahia I nei. Kia koutou te kaunihira me koutou ngā āpiha o te kaunihira tēnā hoki koutou. So, my name is Wikitoria Tane. I am of Ngāti Maniapoto descent. My work for Maniapoto takes me into Kinikiniroa, and I work for Waikato Tainui, but this submission I've made in my own right as an individual. So just a little bit of context here is that I have the privilege of being able to work across all 5 Otorohanga, Waipara, Kirikiriroa, the Waikato District Council and within the Waikato region as well. And so I have the privilege of being able to have a broad view of how councils are engaging with iwi. And I mean iwi, not Māori, I mean with iwi as mana whenua. And I've also been able to, I appreciate having been able to sit with te hā o te whenua o Kingi Goa and some of the development of He Pou Manua Ora. And I want to commend Mune and the team and all of folk for being able to get this across the line in this form. I've talked, and I'm just assuming that you've read my submission, I've talked briefly about what my view is in terms of this, I guess it's a strategy. And from my point of view, this is a starting point where there hasn't been a strategic.
Have we lost connection?
Her engine bounce. It'll come back round.
Can we... If we've totally lost connection, I'm wondering if we could make contact with Caroline and see if we can reconnect. But in the meantime, in terms of the time pressure, do we have a connection from Wiramu Puki?
No, so Caroline is our next one.
Sorry?
Caroline is our next member.
Oh, Caroline, next person. Sorry, Caroline Hopper, are you here? Apologies. We're doing the mix of Zoom and real, sort of a 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional thing. So, Caroline, apologies for that and welcome.
Sorry everybody, I'm coming to you from Taumarunui and my internet is unstable.
Okay, we'll just...
my point of view, Council has already had the discussions with mana whenua, with each of the groups, and that's Wairere, Kamene, Paul, Ngāti Poriki, Kalukura, Haua, and Mahuta, Maunga, and those conversations have already been had in the development of this document. And from my point of view, I think in terms of our partnership, treaty partnership relationships, Council should really be just doing the right thing and adopting this as a beginning point for a way forward and engaging with iwi. That's really the essence of my submission, is to be saying, well, you know, it's the right thing in terms of being a genuine partner to your treaty partners. I guess there are a number of promises that have been made around making that partnership real. So I think I'll leave it at that, and maybe if there's some questions.
Sure.
I'm encouraging councils right across the whole of the Waikato region to
Thank you very much. There is an unfortunate with the connection there. And obviously if we can just note and ensure that if we offline, just make sure that we didn't miss anything in terms of the submissions. We'll check that just so that we do capture stuff that might have been lost. So I'm now going to move on to our next submittant. Welcome Caroline Hopper in your hands.
Tēnā koe. Kanui te mihi ki a koe te pāpā tame hei whakahaere tātou nei karakia. Aku nei whanaunga kei muri i a hau, me anō hoki aku nei whanaunga kei muri i a hau. So everybody knows that my name is Caroline Hopper, not Wiremu Puke, but we both hail from Ngāti Wairere. And in this instance, even though I've participated alongside of Te Hao Te Whenua Kirikiri Roa, I've made this my submission as a personal submission based on the fact that as mana whenua I have a belief that all of the PO encapsulate what I think are the values for Māori moving forward. So if we look at the cultural, social, economic and environmental values that Māori have, they should be encapsulated in this document. I believe that to be the intent. I think that, that how we do that is probably the most interesting conversation. And I've acknowledged it before that He Pau Manawa Order is the beginning of that conversation. So for me, I looked at the overlay for Māori and what I believe to be some of the things that we should look at as mana whenua moving forward in this space. And I think that for mana whenua, our responsibilities to be able to execute and exercise manaakitanga and kaitiakitanga I roto e Kirikiri Roa is the most important thing in my view as a descendant of Wairere. I believe that Mātauranga Māori provides the whāriki that brings the past, our history, which should be celebrated but also protected and help to build a foundation for the future. So all of the PO have that capacity, the ability for that to happen and occur well in the interests of mana whenua is a conversation that I'm looking forward to in the future. I'm not excluding non-Māori. I can't speak as a non-Māori because I've been brought up very Māori, and that's the basis that I come to this forum from. Quick.
Thank you so much.
He pātai? Don't ask
I
me
have a
questions.
question from Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your presentation.
Kia ora.
Can you help me? One of the failings of the document, I believe, is that it doesn't describe nor commit any financial budget to its implementation. So if you were to agree with it in its entirety, it lacks any funding. My question is, what do you feel is the best process to visiting that issue? And shouldn't that be part of the initial document being embraced?
I don't want to appear disrespectful, but no, I don't think it should be a front part of the document. In fact, I think that until you've had the conversation, you're never going to know the value of what you're being given. Koina te koha, that's the koha that gets laid on the pai. You don't know the value of that until you've opened the envelope. So let's have the conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome to ask another one.
No,
You'll probably get the same kind of answer, though.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to, Councillor Bunting, and then I need to move to the next submitter. Councillor Bunting.
Kia ora, Carolyn. Thank you for your submission. I noticed in your written part you pay particular attention to the environmental work of council, and you're suggesting that native flora and fauna has a whakapapa, the value of which is articulated through Mātauranga Māori. Is there any way we can do that better within our Environment Committee at the moment, which is a new committee? How would you see the involvement, and how can we fully get the benefits of, if you like, Mātauranga Māori?
Biodiversity is whakapapa, and it's a whakapapa for us that are Māori. We understand it intrinsically, right? So it would be really good to be able to share just a piece of that with the members on the committee so that they understand our passion around it. I think that with all things Māori, the mātauranga and your ability to understand that and articulate it is probably the most important thing.
Right, okay, kia ora, thank you.
I should have been a politician, right?
No, you're good.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you so much. I'm now just going to, Wiremu Puki doesn't appear to be with us on Zoom, but I understand Lillian.
He's just joined us.
Wiremu Puki has just joined us. So I welcome Wiremu Puki representing Ngāti Waiwiri Ngāti Kura. And Wiremu, welcome, we're in your hands. And as we've explained, because of the constraints of our standing orders and time, organisations, of course, have 10 minutes and naturally assume that the written component of your submission has been read, and now we're in your hands. Yeah.
O te rā tō katoa ngā hui, ki roto te kaupapa o te rā nei. E mihi kawana ki ngā kaimahi ki roto tā pātai tāone nui o ke kiriora. Trying to get my head around this whole technology thing.
We're in your hands.
Okay, kia ora. As per my submission, some of the points I raised was really where, in terms of the budgeting and funding around the implementation of the He O Manawa Ora strategy. And I totally agree with Councillor Ewan that there's nothing in the document that actually maps out for us as ratepayers how these parts are going to be budgeted over this in terms of the 10-year plan, and just understanding the background in terms of the the intergenerational debt that the city actually has, and with COVID-19, obviously, it just didn't give me much certainty about how this document would actually be funded over time and how it was going to be implemented. So I felt that there was a need to have some transparency over the types of contracts that the council enters into to ensure that there's transparency over back to ratepayers how that money is being spent in terms of the outcomes of the decisions that have been made by various parties that under contract to Hamilton City Council, Te Ha, or any other third party. I just think it's just in these times that money is tight. How do we strategically, how does council strategically make those economic decisions to ensure that this partnership is going to be a meaningful one? Because you've got to have the culture and the economics actually balancing out each other. Talking as an uri of Ngāti Waiwiri, there's quite a few points that I raised here. In particular, the recognition of our rights as mana whenua that was actually brought before the Environment Court before Judge Harland, and there was actually a back down by council at the time by Downey, Lachlan Maldowney, the lawyer representing council, which I believe was instructed by Julie Hardwick and Gordon Chesterman, to then squash our rights to be consulted. But the Environment Court took a different view, and that was largely Sure Heritage New Zealand consent application, which cost the ratepayers $33,500 in terms of legal fees that were spent at the time. And it was a shameful waste of money to do that. And to me, that relationship with Ngāti Waiwiri has been damaged as a result of the decision that was made by those actions at the time. The other points that I raised in my submission from page 4 onwards are really about points of technicality, references and evidence. I've actually cited it. We need to have some, what is the evidence that actually supports some of the points that have been made. I think the submission I've presented here is self-explanatory, and I'm also added in 7.A, traditional theme po. I speak from experience of nearly 35 plus years as a carver myself, and being involved with the Whatonua Gateway and the Te Parapara Garden, and ensuring that there was a revival of the traditional style of artwork that was, in order to understand contemporary work, you have to understand the background tradition first. And so there are stories. Kipi actually talked about for the first time, which Hare, under Ngāwala Tōpū, ensured that those histories were brought out and ensured a number of reports, which the Ngā Tapu Wai Tūbauia report as well. But at the time, we could have actually done a bit better by putting that report in as part of the short to long-term annual plan funding, which never eventuated. And to this date, no PO actually, sadly, hasn't been based on any of the 17 pass sites along within the city boundary. So I think I'll just leave it in the Hearing Committee's hands, the Council's hands, Councillor Gallagher, and I'm open to ask if there are any questions that the councillors would like to ask him.
Thank you, and obviously your verbal and written submission, obviously in terms of the chief points made, particularly we would expect our staff to further clarify and report back to us in terms of our deliberations. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Warramu, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to ask a similar question as I have already. In your opinion, is creating a document that talks about the four well-beings and excluding financial ramifications, good governance, or in fact giving credence to the document?
I think it's an interesting question, Neil. I think there needs to be some great accountability around how any governance is put together to ensure that the spending of any money that's put forth on ratepayers, that it's actually done with some clarity. My understanding is that to date I haven't seen much mention in any of the financial reports about the actual contract that council actually pays to or to the other third party. So what I'm saying here is that in order to understand how those things, money is being used, and what is the outcomes, what is council getting for value for money in terms of the decisions being made. I say that with scepticism because we had two consent issues where consents were granted to allow buildings to go on top of two registered urupa in the city that are in the district plan. So, and that's ended up costing unnecessary time and legal cost in the Environment Court with Heritage New Zealand to try and undo some of those decisions and to get it back to a proper process of engagement where it's actually being signed off by other people who, from a tikanga point of view, don't actually have direct whakapapa to those urupa. Or at least be part of the discussion to find a solution going forward in that regard. So I'm just sort of putting that matter up there as an example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance, and obviously the points that you have raised will be further dealt with. I do have a brief question, very brief question from the Mayor because of our time constraint. Your Worship?
Very quick, brief question. Kia ora, Wiramo. I noticed in your submission that you pretty much opposed the whole thing in its entirety. And apart from having an independent review of some of the history in it, why else are you opposing the whole document? Are there any parts of the vision or direction that you see as being adding value to the conversation that we're having?
Oh, sure. I did note in the submission in terms of having a better historical context to our treaty celebrations in terms of our city. When you look at Auckland, Otautahi, or Christchurch and Dunedin, their background to treaty celebrations actually goes into the actual chiefs who signed the treaty, who belonged to their respective hapu and iwi that were there at the time. I mentioned Paukawa because he appears on the English version, the only version of the treaty that was read out in English at Port Waikato on the 28th of April 1840.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Actually, Kawhia and Whangaroa based chiefs, so there the District Council, Waikato District Council, can have an opportunity to engage with the descendants of Te Awaitai and Arangatira who signed. But in terms of our sense of contents, as a hapu, this particular tupuna, Paukawa, we still have his mere, and also I found his greenstone ear pendant in the British Museum in 2014. Now, I just thought that while the other cities have their treaty celebrations around the actual history, it's actually good to localise our history in terms of why the treaty was signed by chiefs like Paukawa, and two, the fact he lived at a Poia Pa, which really the lands in which the Cordons Event Centre is actually part of his ancestral land. It may be a good opportunity to use the event centre as a place for our treaty celebrations going forward. And the other third thing is I mentioned in the PwC report, it mentions the positive relationships that were forged around honouring Article 2 of the Treaty of Waitangi. I just think if the Council could take some time to read that document and then see how we can actually celebrate the best things that have been done. I'm not saying that good things can't be done going forward, but at least you've got a reference document there. 2013 peer review.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to allow one brief clarity question from the Mayor, but we are time
No, I don't need clarity.
No.
I was the topic that Wiremu had begun to talk on wasn't pertinent to my question.
We'll follow that up. There are other discussions. Wiremu, thank you so much for your attendance. That is deeply appreciated today, and obviously the content of your written and your verbal submissions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kia ora. I now invite who I believe is in the room, Lillian Wikitura Pompey Paki, who's with us, not on Zoom, but in person. Welcome.
Tēnā tātou katoa, tuku taku mihi kia koe te pāpā tame, nau anō tēnei hui, e tūwhera, mā tātou katoa, no reira te mihi ati kia koe. Te mihi hoki kia koe, te manukura a pola, ko koe te kai rangatira o tēnei o ngā kaunihira, no reira tēnā koe. Anō hoki kia koe Martin, te kai whakahaere o tēnei kaupapa, i tēnei ahiahi. Tēnā koe koutou katoa ngā āpiha o te kaunihira, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Ai, ko Lillian Wikitoria Pompey Paki tōku nei ingoa. He uri anō tēnei no Ngāti Wairere, Ngāti Haua me Ngāti Tamoho. E tika ana, kia tūwhera taku kōrero i roto i tōku nei reo, engari mōhio pai au, kāre te katoa e mōhio e mārama ki tēnei reo o tātou. No reira, tēnā koutou. Ko taku kōrero mai taku tūpuna matua a Harepuke, te tai wana kōrero i waiho mā mātou ngā whakatatupuranga. A proverb that my uncle left before he departed this world was, promises are promises, but performance is real. Ara no e ki ana e tapite kōrero, ina kai te kōrero koe, me whakatinana i taua kōrero. No reira ka timata i reira. I speak on behalf of myself as an individual, but like I said, I do hail from Ngāti Wairere, from Ngāti Haua and Ngāti Tamoho. I am a mother, a wife, an auntie, a nana. I've been a kaiako. I currently work in the education system. And I just wanted to share my whakaro on this kaupapa, he paumanua ora. My submission about the hitori o tēnei whenua, I think kia tika te kōrero. I heard my whaia on here just before, my whaia Wikitoria Tāne speak about mana whenua. And for me, that's a big kōrero, because when you consider people like myself and my generation who have grown up on this whenua, who have grown up on our marae, and the current day, what is happening is we have other hapu who are speaking on behalf of my hapu. And for me and my generation, we need to understand that, because there's a huge misconception about who is mana whenua in the city. And I just need to put that out there. I've grown up with a lot of the stories around Kirikiriroa. I've grown up with my nannies and my koros. And unless you got the right kōrero, how can you tell history? You have to have the right people at the table. In terms of unity, there is only minimal Māori here at the table. Where is the equity for our voice as Māori? In terms of prosperity, what does prosperity look like in Kirikiriroa? We know the current situation with housing in Kirikiriroa, the employment, education, social development. What does prosperity look like in Kirikiriroa for Māori? It's my question. This is real time in real life, not saying but doing. Where is the evidence? Sustainability for lifetimes, not just for one-offs. In terms of restoration in our city, I speak about the rich getting richer and the poor staying poorer. I speak about poverty, but I also speak about the changing landscape that we have in Kirikiriroa in terms of the building. How do we look after nature and taiao if this is continuing in this city? Those are my questions to the Kaunihera. Pa tēnei taku mihi ati kia koutou, kia tau ngā manaakitanga, ki runga i tēnei o ngā kaupapa kōrero. Nō reira, huri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka huri. Oh, are there any questions? Aroha mai. Pleasure.
The main points from your entire presentation will be recorded and noted, and I thank you so much for you coming today and sharing with us. Thank you. We now have the Member of Parliament for Hamilton West, who I believe has to be in the House of Representatives at 2 on the urgency. So we welcome from Wellington Dr. Gaurav Sharma, the Member of Parliament for Hamilton West. We're aware of if you have to leave suddenly, if bells ring or whatever, we're in your hands, sir.
Thank you, Martin. I appreciate you taking my call at the moment. Inga mana, inga reo, inga rau angatirama, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. No te Tāmonga o te Himalayas ki India aho, ki Franklin tōku kāinga inai nei, ko Sharma tōku whānau, ko Gaurav tōku ingoa, ko Aote Mema Parameta, mō Kirikiriroa ki te uru, no ko te honore te tū ki mua i koto. No reira tono, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I just want to start off all, first of all, acknowledging all the people in the room, the mayor, members of the council, and Martin, you yourself, who's been in my shoes as well, probably sitting in a similar room in Parliament many years ago. I just wanted to, I guess, bring a perspective from somebody who's worked as a medical doctor in the community, where a lot of my patients were Māori, but also patients of different ethnicities. And just based on the conversations I've had with them over the years, and then obviously as my new role as a Member of Parliament now in the community. So I agree with everything that's been proposed in this strategy. I do want to congratulate the Council on starting this initiative and in many ways formalising, I think, what most of us agree to. My biggest input into this would be, especially somebody sitting on the other side of politics as well, that even though we all agree on the strategy, what are the measurable outcomes of these 4 pillars? Because as the last speaker said as well, sometimes promises are just promises, and we need to see action and outcomes that we can measure. So, for example, talking about the first pillar, which was around history. So one of the things that I'd written in my submission was that, for example, if we had a Māori Arts Festival, something which we could measure, what was the attendance in terms of people coming to that arts festival, how many visitors came in, how many people came in from overseas. So that's another, just an example, a solid outcome that could be measured in terms of the Hepa Manawa Korero. In terms of unity, for example, I talked about succession planning. One of the big problems we have is if you look at 10 years down the road or 20 years down the road, do we have Māori leaders, young Māori leaders now who in 20 years' time will be leading us? And if not, what are we doing in terms of encouraging young kids from these backgrounds to get involved? So whether that's programs at schools, whether that's programs at university or WinTech, how can we nurture our next generation of Māori leaders today with support from Council and the rest of the community, so that in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, when there is a gap, that these young kids will take over as leaders in that time. So again, a measurable outcome. The next thing is talking about prosperity. One of the things I noticed as a doctor talking to my patients was that even though a lot of Māori were employed by other people, we didn't have as many Māori businesses which were encouraged, in terms of developing their own businesses, and this is small to medium business levels. What ways can we again engage with our Māori community in encouraging that, so that in some ways, Māori have that sense of ownership of business as well, not just working for somebody else, but also owning their business and employing other people in the community. And finally, talking about restoration, there's a lot of conversation around climate change, and just making sure that we do put Māori and their culture in the middle of it, not on the side. And one of the other things I mentioned was around Māori health providers as well, and just acknowledging them and using their knowledge, and especially helping our other mainstream providers as well in gaining cultural competence. So the summary of, I guess, my submission is that, I completely agree with what the Council is doing. I'm very thankful for you guys for taking this formal approach. But what are the ways that we will be able to measure in whether it's 5 years intervals or 10-year intervals, that these conversations have resulted in outcomes where we can say something's happened instead of just agreeing on the philosophy of it.
Thank you. Thank you for the submission. Are there any questions? Councillor Bunting.
Thank you for your submission. I presume you're representing the government. Is that right? Has you got
No, actually, I'm just representing myself. I'm not representing the government. I'm just here as a citizen of Hamilton who lives in Frankton but is involved in government.
Oh, okay. You got 10 minutes. I figured he was.
No, well, he's the MP. Go away.
Gareth, I noticed that. Just before I get ordered out of the chamber, I'm just interested. Lady Tureti Moxon's coming in from Te Kaha Health. They've got some pretty ambitious plans for Enderley in particular. Are you aware of those and will you be supporting those?
Actually, I'm not aware of those plans, but I'll be keen to look at that.
Yeah, great. I just want to alert you to that because that's pretty ambitious and quite cool.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, thank you, Dr. Sharma. We realise it's a fairly intense day in the Parliament today, given some significant legislation that is being moved through. And thank you so much. And obviously, we'll give you further feedback as our strategy. Oh, I do have a quick question, very quick question from Councillor Van Oosten. She's on Zoom. I don't know if you can see her. Yeah, Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your presentation. And as the MP for Hamilton West, I'm sure you'll take a really keen interest in the way it's moving forward. However, my question is with regard to the Mātariki celebration date for 24th of June 2022, and asks how might you and your office in Hamilton West support such a celebration in Hamilton?
Yes, look, we're quite excited about it. I was recently doing a radio show and they asked me about all the policies, which one I was the most excited about, and that's the one that I mentioned at the top of my list. I think, again, the Mātariki in itself is the start of the conversation of acknowledging General Tangata Whenua and saying, we celebrate every other holiday, why not that one? In terms of Mātariki itself, we'll definitely, once we have our offices open, we will be celebrating it out with the public. And we're happy to engage with the council as well. I'm sure you guys will be organising an event as well. We're happy to co-sponsor it or fund it with that.
Thank you very much.
And obviously inviting, I think the reason, especially because we've got Minister Nanaia Mahuta in our patch, and it would be lovely if we could get her to come and engage with the community at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for your attendance, and we wish you well, obviously, for the next 2 or 3 days. Right, so thank you. Thank you. Our next submitter is Anna. Is she with us? Would she like to join us, please?
Kia ora mai tātou, o te rā tātou katoa kua hui mai nei runga I te kaupapa o te rānei. Ki te kai karakia, nā hau tēnei rā e whakawātea mā tātou, e mihi ana ki a koe. O te rā, ki te mārei kura, e tuana hei rangatiri runga I te kaunihira mō kirikiri roa a Paula, e mihi ana ki a koe. O te rā kia tātou katoa I tēnei ruma. Ko ai tēnei, ko ana Kirk tēnei, huri a hau no Ngāti Wairere, Ngāti Haua, Ngāti Haua hoki o te taho tōku māma. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak and follow on from my kōrero and my submission that I've done for He Pai Manawa Ora. And I guess, for me, the main reason why I wanted to come and speak today is so that the voice of our people, our mana whenua e rangatahi, are actually heard in places such as these, and I just kind of wanted to reiterate my kōrero and why it is so important for you to be meaningfully and purposely engaging with the tangata whenua of this wāhi, because I think in my submission I kind of touched on how, yes, it's awesome that the kingitanga, they're just wanting to acknowledge the kingitanga in these spaces, but there's a danger. My concern is that when there's focus on those bigger entities, such as the kingitanga or Waikato Tainui, for example, it sometimes overshadows the voice of mana whenua. And so my biggest concern is, what have you been doing to actively engage with the people and outreach in a way that our people respond better to? For example, it's awesome that you have tried to capture the voices and, the thoughts of people in Kirikiriroa, but our people don't respond well to, wa a kanohi people, a kanohi nei, so kind of just wanted to reiterate those different forms of engagement that actually truly capture the voice of our people and rangatahi as well. because often it's overshadowed and we miss out because it's not the way our people naturally operate, and we're trying to fit, it's almost trying to fit us into a way that isn't really aligned with us. But yeah, because, you know, and I guess I just wanted to share a little story of why this is important for me, and thinking of my future generations and wanting tangata whenua representation to be seen and heard around Kirikiriroa. I moved back home last year after COVID, from being away from university and all of that. And it broke my heart when I came to learn my own whakapapa and history, and realising that my pa were in the heart of Hamilton City, that is where my people live. I didn't know any of that growing up. We thought we were always from Gordington. And so that's not something I want for future generations. That's not something I want for my babies, to not know that they were growing up, you know, on the land that they didn't even know was theirs. And I would like that to be reflected in Hamilton, and not just for our people, but for non-Māori as well, to gain that respect and acknowledgement of the true history of this wāhi. And yeah, that's all I really wanted to.
Thank you so much. I have a quick, thank you. Question from Mangai Norm, then Councillor Hamilton. Mangai Norm.
Yep, tēnā koe e te rangatahi i nāi tōni nei a pupura he rangatira ke pe. Te mihi koutou kia koe. Hea tō whakaaro e pāna ki te hurahi tōtika, e pāna ki ngā whiri korero, e pāna ki tēnei rautaki, e pai mana ora ki ngā rangatahi. So just for translation's sake, I just asked our young leader here, is what's the best means of communication with our rangatahi, and how do we reach into the heart of the rangatahi e pāna ki tēnei rautaki?
Kia nei, hara mai ki te marae. Hara mai ki te marae. Or even in kura, or just... I'm just trying to think of me being like how I would actually like someone to come. And I guess that's a two-way street though, because on our end, we need to get that right as well. But I think come to our events, come to our pokai, come to things like that, that our marae raise, because there you'll see our people, and from there those connections will be made, and then we'll feel more comfortable, and even feeling like we even have a right, because I think that's a big thing, is don't even feel like we have a right to speak on these issues when it kind of is for us. So come to our events, come to our kaupapa.
Kora nei hana pia.
Yeah, kora nei hana hoki.
Ka pai.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan Hamilton. Okay, thank you. Councillor Sarah Thompson.
Norm also asked my question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Sorry, I don't want to dominate, but I just want to give you high praise. I thought that was an excellent submission, and you really, what interested me was what you were saying, obviously, to the other guys about finding a way that is mutual, but also by bringing in other cultures as well. You're the first speaker about that. Do you have any ways that we could do that? I mean, there's a lot of balls in the air with that one, aren't there? But have you thought deeply about how we would integrate not just...
Right, that's a considerable question. You should follow
I'll
my playbook a little better, but do a question. We're in your hands, yes.
Do I answer it?
Yes.
Oh, so sorry, could you clarify the question again? So how would
I wish I could. No, I guess I was interested in what you said about inviting other cultures into the tent, as it were, because we've got a big multicultural city.
Yeah.
How do we do that in a way that would bring Māori to the forefront of that? Oh, I might ask you offline actually, because that's going around in circles. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no, that's obviously Councillor Bunting is expressing a series of things to you. But and that actually stresses also that while we have the formal process, there's a heap of offline conversations still to happen and to continue to happen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, excellent. We now welcome Katarina Berryman, representing Tirunanga, if she'd like to join us, please. Welcome.
Kia ora. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou, mō te kaupapa o tēnei rā. ko Taupiri te Maunga, Waikato te Awa, Tainui te Waka, I te tau o tōku māma, nā te rora te hapu, nā te mani o poto te iwi, I te tau o tōku pāpa, nā te whawhākia te hapu, Waikato te iwi. Ko Katarona Berryman ahau. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge our CEO, Andrea Elliott. She wasn't able to make it here today, so it's lucky me, eh? So I'm one of the leads for our youth residential services, so I look after the Oranga Tamariki contracts that we have under our service. Basically, what I've been passed on from Andrea, it's not a big kōrero that I'm going to have because we kind of acknowledge the kaupapa with Te Manawa Ora because we were in partnership in developing it. So basically what we want to ask is how is there going to be some accountability made in regards to the delivery of these PO, first of all, and how regular are they going to be? And from an organisation perspective, how can we contribute or continue to contribute to making sure that we action these pillars within our city? Yeah, so those are the main things that we ask from an organisation. If I step into my youth hat, I work with kids, rangatahi from 14 to 18 in the Oranga Tamariki Care and Protection space and also youth justice. So sometimes these kids, even though they come under ministry and they're looked after through that, but what is our city doing to contribute to them to make sure that they're a part of this city as well? So I guess from my perspective is sometimes there's mistakes that are made, but how are they supported in that realm of struggle? And also, we deliver, so under Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa, so we deliver our services to Mātā Waka. So it's also not just Māori from this region, but external iwi as well. So how do we also support our iwi from all over Aotearoa that live in our city? How do they have a place within our city? So yeah, that's basically all I needed to tell you. And yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Questions? No, thank you. Oh, so, yes. Mangai Te Pora Thompson Evans.
I'm on?
Yes.
It is on? Ngā mihi, te hene, ahari kona te ngāwhau ki te a koe. My partai is around around prosperity, and we talked about our Mātā Waka, all of our people, for the very careful, the very fantastic, the very caring mahi that Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa does. There are measurements in here. We talk about how we here are some measures to monitor our progress. Does Te Runanga have any measurements that they think are good, these are good, or are there measurements that Te Runanga would suggest?
Particularly to Mātā Waka or just in general for prosperity? I guess the thing is that we can work more in a partnership, so we make decisions together rather than it just goes to a certain councillor or the mayor, that we can actually work together, not just us, but with iwi, there's other health organisations that we can work with. So I think it's just empowering all our Māori organisations to have a voice in the decision making, because this is just a personal perspective, like Māori understand Māori, and it's not a racist thing, don't get me wrong, it's about just understanding who we are as a people and how we can help our future as well. And in regards to prosperity, like the space that I work in with the rangatahi is being able to empower them, because at the end of the day, they're our future. In regards to measurements, I guess we do reports in regards to that. We've got statistics on, obviously you guys do, which was in the draft report, that there's statistics on those Māori that live in our region. So it's just, I guess, understanding that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now want to welcome Marlena Ruka of the Te Auhu Whakaita Charitable Trust, who's going to do a presentation. Thank you. Welcome. We're in your hands.
I'll sit down because apparently the mics are better when you're sitting. Okay. Te ro mai tātou katoa. Ka tūwhera tā tātou paunamu o te ao. E takato tā tātou whareki o te atua ki mua i a tātou. Ka huri ki te haika a Kingi Tuheitia, tatu iho rā te whare kāuariki pai mārire. He koro ai rauwhero me ngā mātā waka e tūhono nei a tātou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Chair Martin Gallagher, Mayor Paula Southgate, Ngā Whā Whakatupu Ake members, Māngai Māori, and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to He Pou Manawa Ora. My name is Marlena Ruka. I chair Te Auhu Whakaita Charitable Trust, the governance organisation for Matariki ki Waikato. My co-presenters are Te Auhu Whakaita trustees, Anna Casey Cox and Dr. Myra Ruka. So, our overall response. Te Auhu Whakaita support He Pou Manawa Ora because it recognises the need for genuine consultation and partnership with Māori. I'll just re-emphasise that, because it recognises the need for genuine consultation and partnership with Māori. This is a key to unlock the future potential for our communities. The involvement and implementation of Māori-driven initiatives is what really excites Te Auhu Whakaita. Why? Because we already have an existing relationship with Council. It is reflected throughout He Pou Manawa Ora, and now other Māori groups will have the opportunity to benefit from it. It's good for them, it's good for you, it's good for the community, ko tahitanga. The outcome we would ask to add, extend the consultation process to other Māori stakeholders. A Māori worldview valued and accessed by all, again ko tahitanga. With this in mind, we'd like to take this point an opportunity to speak to some points within He Pou Manawa Ora. Pou number 1, He Pou Manawa Kōrero. To support and celebrate Māori and bicultural events, including the Matariki Festival and Waitangi Day. For over 10 years, Te Auhu Whakaita has nurtured the development and growth of the Matariki Festival here in Kirikiriroa. From humble beginnings, the seed was planted, and with an unwavering support from volunteers, community leaders and stakeholders, slowly but surely we have built an Indigenous festival of international standing. On the 24th of June 2022, Matariki will become a national day of celebration. As a nation, we tend to celebrate events that aren't even from New Zealand. Some of them are hundreds of years old, even thousands of years old. But Matariki has been around for billions of years. Before the concept of Christmas, before the concept of Easter Bunny, and even before some guy tried to blow up the British Parliament. Now, we finally have a day which truly belongs to all New Zealanders. It's non-political and non-discriminant. It's unique to all of us, Matariki. But how do we honour an event that's been in existence for as long as Matariki? Well, I'll tell you what we want to do. With the support of you, the Council, Māngai Māori, stakeholders, and the other community of Kirikiriroa, We want to create an annual event that becomes the pou for all Matariki celebrations here in New Zealand. Te Ohu Whakiita has started to outline a strategy to include Matariki National Day during our Matariki Festival 2022. There is still a mountain of mahi to be done. The best thing about our team, 99% of us are volunteers. The worst thing about our team, 99% of us are volunteers. This must change. How? Adequate resourcing. Adequate resourcing. The outcome we would ask to add to pou number 1, support change with adequate resourcing. Pou number 2, he pou tūrangapū Māori, unity. Te Ohu Whakiita support the Council's sought outcome for this pou of true partnership, kōtahitanga and participation. Increasing Māori in seats within the Council that have decision-making mandate is critical to progressing towards true treaty partnerships. The outcome we would ask to add to pou number 2, there must be a clear process and pathway for Māori who aspire to take up leadership roles within the Council. Thank you. I'm now going to hand pou number 3 over to Maira Ruka.
Kia ora tātou, nei rata mihi anō ki ngā raurangatirama. I'm Marlena's daughter. I'm also a cancer specialist working at Waikato Hospital, and I'm a proud volunteer of Te Ohu Whakiita and the Matariki ki Waikato working group. So I just want to start off with this pou because it aligns a lot with what I do, but it aligns a lot with what the group feels strongly about as well, and that is prosperity and hauora Māori and well-being for Māori and well-being for our community as well. Te Ohu Whakiita supports the Council's commitment to contributing to overall health and well-being of Māori in Kirikiriroa, and we also recognise that access to healthy kai, healthy homes, safe environments and healthy environments, as well as access to cultural events within the city that reflects who you are, so that you know you are anchored in this space. And that's where we see ourselves contributing to this pou. We really acknowledge the support that the Council is proposing with what you will do in this pou for local economic Māori businesses and economic progress. We do see that this is for prosperity and hauora and well-being, it's very intersectoral, and we have to collaborate as a team together in order to progress the actions that are proposed here. So the only addition that Te Ohu Whakiita would add to the measures or to the actions of what you would do would be to set up to establish a space for that collaboration to occur between the different sectors which contribute to overall hauora and well-being of Māori. And that's across the age group, so that's for our kaumātua rangatahi as well as Piepi. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And just to conclude, I guess, with the, or to add to the he pou manawa tile restoration, ko Anna Tuku Ingoa, I'm part of the work in the space of restoration in the city with Go Eco, and a proud also volunteer of Te Ohu Whakiita Trust. So Te Ohu Whakiita supports this pou because it reminds us of our connection and our reliance and responsibility to care for the natural and physical world. The Māori world view revolves around and is guided by maramataka Māori, and we acknowledge our responsibility alongside other stakeholders to ensure an increase in environmental engagements and an increase in planting of native flora and protection of fauna. COVID taught us that was a leveller and taught us about appreciating and restoring the nature around us. So we look forward to supporting this pou. Yeah.
Thank you. Tēnā koe, Anna and Myra.
Thank you.
A Māori worldview valued and accessed by all. The evolution of this document started with courageous whispers, turned into courageous conversations. Now we need courageous decisions. Nōna nei te whakatauki a Princess Tapuia. Kua mutu te kōrero, mahi a te mahi. The conversation is over, let the work begin. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
First question from Mayor Southgate and then Deputy Chair Wilson.
Kia ora, kōrua. Thank you for that. Two very super quick. You mentioned one outcome is to extend the consultation to other Māori stakeholders. I wanted to understand that one.
Yes.
And the second one was on the pillar of restoration, Manawa Taio. Sorry, the one above it. Manawa Taurikura. The outcome that you've got at the end and the outcome that you expressed verbally are a little bit apart. I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Yes, I'll take on the first question.
Thank you.
And the reason why I say extend it to other Māori stakeholders is because some of us are out there who can contribute to making this a whole process rather than being brought at the end and told this is what we've come up with. I think what we need to do is start to have networks out there that go out to all Māori stakeholders and say, look, this is what we're doing. Do you want to contribute to that? So, yes, we do want to contribute to what happens in Kirikiriroa. Yes, we do want to be part of that.
So you definitely want to contribute to the actions as they're implemented. I got that point about collaboration.
Yes.
In the He Pō Manawa Taurikura,
Yes.
there is that your outcome was an establishment of an equity committee made of Māori health, housing experts.
Yes.
And when you spoke to it, I think you said create a place for development and collaboration to occur for. So that was a little bit more general, so I just wondered if you'd comment on that.
Oh, okay. I'm just adding to that in recognition that you have that in front of you. So rather than repeating the same thing, is really just to embellish that.
So that all of those stakeholders should be collaborating, Māori health, housing, employment, education. Right. Thank you. Thanks. That's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Martin, thank you for your presentation today. Kia ora. Look, my two questions. First, the one in regards to participation and voices around the table. Obviously, Hamilton City Council has led the way in some ways with Māori representation here. Are you suggesting that in addition to Manga Māori seats, we should have Māori wards? Are you wanting both? I'm just trying to get a better understanding.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting, and I'm saying that what has been done has been good. What I'm asking is that there is a network set up of all Māori stakeholders, so in future when things like this are happening, we're all brought into the picture earlier. That's all, but what we have here is good.
And in recognition of what has already been established with Te Māngai Māori, and recognition that this is the first council in Aotearoa, New Zealand, that has established a model like this, that we would really like to see more seats available. That is it's a model that would blend both what we have with the Māngai Māori, but also with the Māori ward seats. Along with that is to have a clear pathway of access and development for those who are interested in a pathway towards being a representative on the council, and for that pathway to be very visible for those who are interested in gaining access to a seat at the council table.
Okay, so that was, I think I'm much clearer on that one, so you want both? Manga Māori and Māori wards.
Oh,
okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Yeah.
The other vital question in your document, which was a question I've asked nearly every presenter so far, you've put it in writing. You've said adequate resourcing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, what that means is, as part of this, and as we know, this is just the start of the kōrero of the conversation. What we're asking is, when we move to the next point of conversation, will there be kōrero about resourcing to help support the things that you say are going to be put in here?
And can I ask you a question on that?
Yes.
If there isn't, because there's no funding, how do you feel about this document?
This document still stands. Funding is something that we're so used to finding anyway. So we're proud that this document has given us an opportunity to start the conversation. By working together, I'm sure we will find ways to find funding to help this document.
So you don't see one committing to another?
Can you just repeat that? I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm asking whether or not the current document, whether if we embrace it at council, are you saying it is not committing this council to fund it?
No, I'm not saying that, because that's not what this doesn't say. What it says is it's a conversation started. The next piece is what we go to for the next lot of conversations. And that could be where we start to talk about how we resource it. So I'm not saying this doesn't say it. Right. I'm just saying that's the next conversation. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Thompson.
I think my questions have actually been answered now. Thank you.
Mangai Norm. Manga.
Yep. E kia te kōrero o te puia, mehe me ka moemoe aha, ka haunaki, ka moemoe a tātou, ka tai e tātou. E kia tōna kōrero hoki, te onga aki toki moemoe a ko te pua waitanga o te whakaaro. So Princess Te Puia said, if we dream together, we will achieve. But she also says, dreams only become a reality when you take action.
Yes.
And I want to ask the question, and I should have asked the question earlier. Who is mana whenua or who is Māori? What mana whenua or Māori counts and who decides? So the discussion there is you talked about other Māori, and I'm trying to think of who the other Māori are. Is it an entity? Is it a Māori organisation? Because we've got iwi and mata waka inclusive with Waikato Tāne in the whare having the conversation. I'm trying to understand who the other Māori are. So I'm thinking that Māori entities like yourselves or Māori organisations that have a kaupapa Māori that they can contribute towards. Is that the sense of your
that is the sense of it.
Yeah, and I guess having the ability to come to today's process helps to balance that. I think what Mum was talking to was that at the design phase, when this was all being put together, the involvement of other wider groups and stakeholders, but certainly having this opportunity to come and contribute in this space does widen the net out to all Māori.
Yeah. And just final question, Mr. Chairman. It is about, we've had the hui, and we now need to talk about the dui in terms of execution. And you can't execute anything without putia. And I really lean on the questions that have been asked already about how are you actually going to fund this. So is there a gap in the document, in your perspective, around how you're going to realise the ambition and the targets within the kaupapa without identifying how you're going to fuel it?
Yeah, so absolutely. Volunteering can only go so far. I'm just speaking for Te Oho Whakaisa. We recognise that this is just the starting point, so with a very clear intention to support activities such as the Matariki Ki Waikato Day, but definitely funding needs to be second fronted. So we're forefronted with intention. The second step is resourcing and funding. But we're not critiquing the document for that reason. We're just saying, we're just assuming that will be a second step. With regards to funding, though, there's always a redistribution of resourcing and allocated, to funding that could be allocated elsewhere, could potentially come towards realising the actions within this document. So that's another option of funding.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you. We now we're running very tight. I apologise. I will entertain one question. I do apologise. We are under time constraints. Apologies, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me. Page 10 of the document talks about partnership and participation, and I think, Marilena, part of your comment, which which does take us to the next step,
is about bringing all the groups to the table. And so where do you see, ultimately, where do you see Hamilton City Council in this? Do you see us, I mean, I think we're an enabler at this stage because we've got the ball rolling.
Yes.
But do you see us as a partner at the table and not the head honcho?
I see you as a partner.
And that bringing the others in so that there's a somewhat more equal participation and partnership rather than it, and rather than the expectation being that council would continue to drive it and potentially fund it and all of the other things beyond the next stage.
Thank you. That's a really good question. Yes, I see council have been driving it so far. It's important that they stay at the table because a partnership is about more than one working together. If we worked on our own, we're no longer a partnership. So it's important that we all work together. So yes, I do see council at the table with us.
Yeah, and you touched on it there,
Rob.
Rob, is that equal partnership? Absolutely, 100%. That's how we envision it. There's a great lot of mahi and energy that's gone into this document, and we really value and appreciate that. But that partnership to move it forward is equal partnership with Māori. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. It was obviously a question worth asking.
No, I do have to thank you, Councillor Pascoe, for your forbearance and understanding. Thank you so much. We have to move to our next submitter. Kia ora. I now welcome Horiana Henderson. If you'd like to join us, please.
How do I do point at you. Kia ora tātou, I'm Horiana Henderson. I've learned that Captain Hamilton never came here, that George Grey lied lots, and that Māori called John Bryce murderer. Hamilton City honours these men and, by extension, their actions. People might be less familiar with the fact that beneath us was once home specifically to Ngāti Wairere, a place they called Kirikiriroa. In the 1860s, militia kept Ngāti Wairere from their whenua at gunpoint, from exercising their sovereign rights, and today you present a document which holds the mana of Māori beneath your own. If your strategy for us does not include tino rangatiratanga, then it maintains the status quo where Māori are managed. What Māori and all others we've tried to extend manaakitanga to need to recall is that we are tangata whenua, the people of this land, and we must not be trampled on. Partnership. I didn't see in your strategy mention of a Māori ward, or better yet, those things promised us under Te Tiriti, like self-determination. Your strategy uses our reo, mātauranga and toi to create the perception that you are meeting your obligations of working with Māori. All the while, you control to what extent you'll do that. So far, it extends to our being on committees and as advisors, so not partners. You say He Pou Manawa Ora will carry our aspirations into the future, but the values I found in your strategy revolve around what's precious to Council, not so much to me. This is Hakarimata. Its story is one of history, prosperity, unity, and restoration. On the bottom left, the quarry which goes below sea level carves its own story. To me, prosperity can come by working in harmony with Te Taiao. Climate crisis means crisis. We must act differently. Truth and justice aid well-being, and by the time history goes to school, I hope the city's cleaned up its act. Housed in the museum is Māori's peace gift, Te Winika. Across the river, the city has installed a cannon and the gunboat Rangiriri. Rangiriri is where Kirikiriroa's last chief, a Christian, Hoira Taonui, gave his life for what he believed was right, and installations like these are constant reminders of this country's racist history. and they cause harm. Once Māori and Waikato were prosperous, now due to colonisation, many Māori live in poverty and are homeless. When Kāinga Ora was looking to build new affordable homes, over 2,700 residents, MPs and the Mayor said, well, the outcome, less houses will be built. The Mayor cited concern around building 3-storied houses in Flagstaff. Up there are 3-storied houses in Flagstaff and Rototuna. Also discussed was a need to be sensitive towards existing communities. I would remind us of Kirikiriroa Pā, where former Hamilton Mayor William Graham plonked his house on top of the graves of Ngāti Wairere ancestors. Unkind. We're at crisis point, Hamilton City Council, and I don't believe your strategy addresses key concerns when it comes to well-being. In areas we know Māori are particularly vulnerable. I also don't believe this document fosters true partnership with Māori. Not when we are excluded, as our taiao values are minimised. Not when mayors and NIMBYs can dictate our access to homes. Not when our taonga can be used to pass off this strategy as completely ours, when I don't believe it is. Ngā mihi. He pātai.
Thank you. Questions? Mangai Norm Hill.
Anō nei te mihi ki a koe mō tō kaupapa whakahirahira I whakarohia e koe ka rawa te whare ki tēnei wā. So I just want to acknowledge the passion and the content and the intent behind your whakaro. So nei te mihi ki a koe, kia kaha. I just want to ask one question. It's around a gaps analysis. If
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. Heaha ngā hua. Was that about
No, that's not. That's just that's a member who's going to pay a $20 fine for ringing a cell phone, but carry on.
Yeah. E hara ki ko te kupu gaps analysis. E hara ki ko te gaps analysis. He aha tētai atu I whakaro he e koe ki roto I tēnei rautaki. So what other things would you add to fulfill your passion around?
I loved some of the things that I saw in the document, right? Of course, it's wonderful. There are wonderful things in it. But my key concern is that we're not starting from the right spot. We haven't started in major first places, right? And
He aha tērā major first place.
Ona te tiriti, partnership as we understand it, tino rangatiratanga. That's what I'm talking about. That's my main concern is that, so like I said, I've seen that there's concession around making sure Māori are moving into senior management and leadership positions. But the decisions and the power sits where you sit right now. And do you often sit in that seat you're sitting in today? Is my question. I want my children, I'm a mum to 3 children, and I want them to know that they belong just as much as anybody else. And when and it hurts. Some of the things that happen in the city hurt. And within this document, if we're talking and working towards well-being, then we have to start in the places that maybe are not comfortable for us to start in.
Tēnā koe mō tō whakaro.
Thank you. I now move to Claudine Waitiri. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Tuatahi ka mihi ake ki tō tātou kaumātua I korotami nā anō I whakatūwhera tō tātou nei hui roti te ao Māori, roti te karakia, ka nui te mihi, ka nui te aroha. Ai, he whakakaha nei a hau ki te tū I roti tēnei whare. Aha koa, ka ari te marae, engari he whare anō no tātou. I te mea ko te reo tērā, I tīmata te hui, ma te karakia anō hei whakamutu. No reira e te pā, tēnā koe. Hoki anō ngā mihi ki a koe te mārei kura, I te koro matua, I Paula,
tēnā koe me tō komiti. Koutou katoa ngā kanohi o te kaunihera o Kirikiriroa, tēnā koutou. Ko ai tēnei e kōrero ke nei, ai i tika ana kei roto i taku kōrero kai a koutou, āku nei tono i roto i tērā maru āku, i roto i tērā tūranga āku i roto i te wintik, nei. He mahi anō tērā, he tono tērā ki a koutou, aro mai ki te kaupapa o te awa koiora, kei reira he huarahi hei whakakaha i a koutou me ki Pākehā mā, kāri te mōhio mai tēnei ao Māori, hara mai ki a tātou ki Wintik. Kei reira he hōtaka, hei whakakaha, hei whakapakiri i a koutou, i roti a koutou mahi. Nā koutou te mahi rangatira, hei whakahaeretia tēnei kaunihera. Nō reira aro mai ki te ao Māori, haere mai. Nō reira tēnā koutou i roto i tēnā tuāhuatanga. Engari mo taku reo i te rānei, ko taku tono ki te hara mai a kanohi nei, ko au tēnei, he Māori, he wahine, he hoa rangatira ahau, he tuahine, he tamāhine, i tipu ake au i roti i tēnei taone nui. Kuraina au i konei, ki Knighton, ki Peach Grove, ki Hamilton Girls High School, haere tōtika au ki te whare wānanga o Waikato. Nō reira ko au tēnei, he hua, no era huarahi, i whai nei tōku whānau i roto i tēnei taone. Ko au tēnei, he wahine rangatira, he mahangai mo tōku whānau. Koe rā taku tūranga i tēnei wā, he wahine ahau. I ahau e whakarongo ana ki o koutou kōrero me ngā pātai i puta mai. I rongo au i era e ki nei, he whakaro Pākehā era, engari he rautaki Māori tēnei. Kei reira ngā pau, nō reira taku a wangawanga, he mea ātuhi nei tēnei rautaki. Kei whea te whakatinanatanga o tēnei rautaki. Ai, tēnei anō te wā, ka hara mai kanohi Māori mā, ki te tuku o mātou kōrero, o mātou aki a koutou. Ka pai koutou, ngā mihi nui mo tērā. Ko tāku anō, kia toro atu te ringa, ki ngā whānau, kia hara mai anō, he mea ua rawa atu tēnei te tū i mui a koutou, ki te whāriki kōrero, pēnei ana, i te mea kare mātou, kare au i te mōhio kōwa i koutou, nō whea o koutou whakapapa. Hea tēnei whare, kei whea te ahurea o tōku ao, hei whakatinana, hei whakapakiri i te whānau Māori, ki te haramai, ki te kōrero i nei kōrero, koutou mai. Nō reira tērā taku kōrero. Mihi nui mō koutou kanohi Māori nei, i rongo i te kaunihera, ka whai ka tika. Koe rā te hono ngā tika rawa, rangatira rawa. Nō reira, nā kōrua, nā koutou ngā kanohi Māori te mahi ua. Hoki taku mihi anō ki ngā mātāwaka, e rā rōpū whakakanohi ai ngā manako o tātou a iwi Māori, ngā mihi nei, me hoki kātika ki te tuku mihi, ko para te huarahi, anei he tīmatanga. Nō reira taku reo, hei tautoko tika i tēnei rautaki. Ko au anō tēnei mea nei. Ko au anō me taku whānau, me taku hapu, ko au tēnei, ko Claudine Waitere, ko tainui taku waka, ko taupiri tōku maunga, ko Waikato tōku awa, ko te papatapu tētahi oku marae, te tūranga waiwai oku mātua tūpuna, nō reira tēnei tuake, huri tēnā koutou, mō koutou whai wā, ki te tuku wā, ki te inoi, kia koutou, aro mai, whakarongo mai ki tēnei o ngā reo. Nō reira, he pātai? Ka taia te paku wā whakapākea nei, taku kōrero me pērā. Me pērā rawa, me whakapākea te etahi waku kōrero. Oh, karawe.
That offer is gratefully now accepted, and obviously I respect, of course, you're now going to present in one of the other official languages as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to be able to sit and address you here today. It's an opportunity that was a nerve-wracking process to want to undertake. It is unknown. I've never made a submission before. I felt compelled to. Born and raised in Hamilton, educated in Hamilton, was kind of a background to me feeling that I could, that I should be able to feel able to share in a conversation. So my submission today was to be able to just do that in front of you. I wanted the opportunity to look you all in the eye so that you would see me not as a grouping and not sidelined into a group that says a Māori voice, a Māori strategy. I wanted you to see me, I want you to hear me, and I want you to remember me as a strong, confident mother, daughter, ratepayer, employee of this city, who is doing my best to raise my children, mother of 4, one's 20 tomorrow, 22, 24, 27. Oh, I missed one, 26. Anyway, was to make sure that you would remember this voice, that this voice had a face that represents a family that have aspirations, a family that supports fully the intent behind this document. And so I wanted to be able to say that as an individual, as a mother, as a family member. I wanted to be able to see your reaction to that I don't want you to define me as a Māori sharing in a submission process. I wanted you to see, hear and feel me as an individual equal at your table as you sit now. And I wanted to equally support the aspirations that have been laid in this document, and also those groups of mātāwaka, those māngai that you have. I fully am inspired that this council has taken those opportunities to engage in groups. I strongly encourage you to keep up those communications, to keep up those networks. It was actually because of one of those networks, and I'll dob him in, Ngāti Mahinga Milton, posted in our Marae Facebook page to encourage whānau to have a voice and have a say. I went, wow, if he's saying that, why shouldn't I? And so it's because of that network that I clicked a button and produced a submission. And then I clicked another button that said, yes, reply, let's do it in face. Let's do this face to face. I wanted you to remember, to know, see, hear and feel my voice, so that when you come to that moment of making decisions to embody, to enact this rautaki, that you would, with the conviction of knowing who you're doing this on behalf of, not just your families, but mine as well. Kia ora koutou. Any questions?
You go no, and then I'll compose myself.
Tēnā koe, ko te hirataki whakapapa ko papora tū toki nei, marae, marae ke nei te mi kia koe, Ngāti Mahanga, te whananga. Me mihi ka tika kia koe, kia auki ko nei, ātinana ki te whakatakato o whakaaro tino rawe e pāne ki tēnei o ngā rautaki. Kei te mihi atu ki tō wāhino e pāne ki o mahi, kei te mohi o tātou ko te kopumānia tērā, no reira, kei reira tērā te ukaipo o tēnei o tō tātou nei wāhi o kirikirira, no reira, me mihi kia koe ki tō marae, ki tō wahi ki tērā o ngā wāhi mahi hoki. Ko te pātai ke tēnei, mehe mea kia timata tēnei o ngā hui, mo tēnei o ngā whiriwhiri wānanga mā tātou anō, he kaupapa tino whakahirihira tēnei ne. Mena he, ki o whakaara he pai tēnei ki te whiriwhiri wānanga ka raro te korowai o te whare whakaruruhau o ngā marae. Mo tēnei o ngā whiriwhiri wānanga. Nā te mea kia whakamāmahia ai te huarahi mā tātai hei whiriwhiri wānanga e pāna ki te ao Māori mera momo.
Ko te te kapu ai. Ai, me tū ka tika. Noho, hoki mai ki te marae, ka reira te wāhi tino, ka mōhio koe tō tūranga. He māma te noho tahi, ka kai tahi anō hoki, kia mōhio ai ngā tikanga, ma te kai anō hei whakanoa. Nō reira, ka tika he ua ki te noho pēnei ana me te tino whakaputa whakaaro. he nui ngā taringa e are mai ana, nō reira i roti te hui a marae nei, i roti te whare nui, i rā tū wāhi, he pai ake.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just translate my question, I just thank for the wonderful submission and acknowledge that this pace could be somewhat nerve-wracking, and potentially, if we were to do this again, have a forum like this under the auspices of our marae, so that our people are comforted in our ahotanga Māori when sharing the passion from the heart in terms of the submission around this rautaki. So I just wanted to ask that question, and the answer was aye, which means yes. Nei te mi kia koe.
Tēnā koe.
Koe te whananga.
Pātai anō?
Norm has a way of asking questions that you have lined up already, but I just wanted to mihi tuahine, mihi nunui tangana hai ki te a koe me ki te rongo i a hai anei tō tuatahi riri te kaunihira nei aroha nenu kia koe. Inga he pātai, he hai ia koe, kia koe me whakatinana te kaunihira tēnei rautaki. Tete tauripia. Just asking for an example of how we would bring to life and put some flesh on the bones of the strategy.
Tuatahi, whakatinana, tautoko ka tika te rautaki. Timata mai I reira, kau e amu. My response to that was to adopt it, to take it on board and then have those conversations around how to enact. But make sure that we're again at that table when we're having that conversation about how to give body, how to give action and movement. And I've heard the questions today, like how it might be funded, where would that responsibility lie? And my question back was, why is that a question for me to answer? Why is that not a question of each member of council sitting here? How is this rautaki any different to any other project that has come across your desk? Why is that question being asked? Why is it that the funding for this project is almost being asked, should we? You know, that seems a bit backwards to me. If this is a kaupapa and a rautaki that's been born out of this council, then surely the responsibility lies with the council to whakatinana. My question, why are we questioning that? Why is that a question? Should this not be the responsibility? It should not be a numbers game. It should not be a right. It should not be about whether we have enough and who then do we have to validate or be accountable back to. It should be part of the process. That is this conversation. That should be part of this rautaki. Aroha mai whai. Did I answer?
Thank you, Your Worship, the Mayor.
Nā mihi mahana kia koe me tō kororo. Kua marama ahau pēr 75%, but improving. But look, thank you. My question really is, because engaging with the community is really important to me, and Norm stole the question about maybe going out more onto the marae and having some of our meetings, hui, on the marae. So the remaining question I've got is, what action could council take that would strengthen the ability of all people, Māori or otherwise, to talk with us in the heartfelt way that you've been able to talk to us today about this mahi?
Pātai pai. Pātai pai, tira. In response, yes, our marae are places of safety, are places of authenticity, because in that space you have to own what you say and you're responsible for what you say. And that's its purpose, to shelter conversation, to allow for conversation. Its whole physical structure
and its spiritual structure is for that space, is for those conversations. And yes, it's not just for Māori, it is open to all. You don't see a marae that says only for Māori, please do not come in, you know, it's a space of inclusion, inclusiveness. I think just having the opportunity to do that, and surely you can reach out and any marae in the city would host. I'm sure Papatame and I could offer Te Kōpū Māni o Kirikiriroa as a neutral venue space. Hey Papa. So yeah, just to have the opportunity to reach out, use the spaces nearest you.
Ka pai. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, obviously, for your time and insights. Thank you so much. I now move to welcome Thomas Redding and other students from Rototuna Junior High School, if they would like to now join us, please.
Can you hear me? Or am I
Yes.
too short?
No, we're in your hands.
Te au Māori ora, ko taupiri te maunga, ko Waikato te awa, ko te kuranui o Rototuna mātou.
Ko Jacob tōku ingoa.
Ko Enrica tōku ingoa.
Ko Iwirangi tōku ingoa. I think I speak for the three of us when we say that it is a big honour to be here, sitting here. And I speak again for all of us, saying that we are very nervous.
Okay. You'll be sitting around these seats one day.
Who knows?
Who knows? Do you want to start, Jacob?
Yeah, I'll go first. In the project of the 4 Pillars of Wellbeing, you mentioned that you want to include all cultures, but what me and Enrica and Evie all saw was that you only used Māori as the main culture which you included. And if you want to include all cultures, then why not mention it when you submit the project to us, as we were the ones giving feedback? I think that's really what we have to say, is that to include all cultures means that you need to mention them in your project that will make this place better, to add well-being and to improve it for everyone.
Adding to what Jacob has said, I believe that in some circumstances, addressing the population of Hamilton as Hamiltonians or citizens, to therefore include Māori as a partner, as well as every other culture out of the 160 cultures in our city, is a very good idea, because it'll help other people interpret this better. I'd also just like to say that I strongly agree with the Pillar of Prosperity. I believe it's a very good idea, and it'll bring everyone to a similar quality of life, and it will help with less people falling under unemployment rates and such things. I believe it is a good idea.
Okay, then it's my turn.
Yep.
Cool. Personally, I like the terms of these 4 po. I think it's fair that the council have finally decided to celebrate many different cultures, or celebrate, as they have stated, the Māori culture of this area, as there has been a lot of controversy and going on around unfair moments in history, some stuff like Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the land wars. So, yeah, I think it is fair that we have finally come to the point where we are looking at sorting out this stuff, everything that has happened long ago, and trying to bring Māori to an equal position in this city. And just like Enrica and Jacob have said, Māori isn't the only culture in Kirikiriroa. Even though it is considered the main overarching culture that has been here, I think it would be appropriate to sometimes take time to recognise other cultures, as it does leave certain cultures feeling kind of left out, discluded. And I think there was something that Enrica just mentioned in the car on the way here. She said, what was it, a while back in... okay, you want to say?
In South Africa, just as an example, their country has gone into a very uncivilized state because of a lot of controversy between cultures. And there have been times where there was superiority over one culture and superiority over another. And it's turned to custard. So we're hoping that we can shed light on all cultures and that we can show partnership within all cultures, including Māori, because they are quite undermined at the moment. And we believe that if we can find a way to have everyone feel equal, that's best for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to what we've had to say. We are looking forward to seeing what you'll do in the future. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Thank you. I have a question from Her Worship the Mayor, Paula Southgate.
Kia ora koutou, tēnā pai tō mahi. Thank you so much for the good work that you've brought, and don't be nervous to come in here, because we really do value the voice of our young, and so I'm absolutely thrilled that you're here. Just a question. So one of the main themes, let me just see if I've got this right, within the concept of Te Ao Māori, you're saying we could also strengthen the acknowledgement of the wider cultural richness that we have in Hamilton, and that the two things will strengthen each other. Is that the...
So yes, it is, like you've said, it is, I think, that if we recognise other cultures, it will strengthen the bond between the European and any other cultures, because not only in New Zealand was there problems like colonisation, things like that. So if we show that I know there are a lot of European, I don't know if it's correct to use this word, Pākehā, people in the city. I think that if we show that the city is recognising all the different cultures, then this can become a place where there is a bond between many different cultures. So you become a place of strength between all the different cultures.
Strength and unity, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, certainly. Do you want to add to that?
I think that we are stronger than anything that's going on between cultures that's negative. I think we can get past any negative boundaries and move forward as one collective unity.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Mark Bunting.
Thank you, team. Don't be nervous. I get nervous. I'm still nervous, so relax. I'll get you coffee. You'll be fine. You did really well. And I love what you're saying. I share your optimism. Are you saying that this is a good start?
Yes, this is a very good start to Hamilton and New Zealand being a shining beacon of equality all over the world. And to start at smaller steps like this can make everything better, make everyone and everywhere better.
Okay. So how, for example, in your environment, which is obviously a very nurturing and encouraging environment at your school, how do you honour cultures? What could we learn from you?
What you can learn from us is, well, how to accept others for who they are and not hiding behind a mask of being someone who you aren't. At our school, you are free to be who you want to be, to show that you are this and you are not that.
Great.
And you can be accepted for that.
Yes. just something to add on. In the school, we have recently added a new position in the leadership roles. We call it cultural leader here at the school, and we have what we call hapu in the school, which are groups of students, large groups of students separated around the school. And in each hapu we have a cultural leader, and that cultural leader is the person that will recognise different cultures and that will celebrate different cultures, have ideas around different cultures. So this year we have started to add in the whole mentality of this is not only a place for Māori and Pākehā, we accept everyone. This is not just a place for Māori and Pākehā.
I think it's finding that thin line between being able to forgive and let go of things that you don't want to keep in your past while still keeping your cultural identity and your identity as a person, and being able to blend and mix with other cultures and other people in a positive way rather than having to have constant conflict between things that happened really long ago.
Thank you. I love the way you see the world.
Thank you for your attendance, and you've done really well, and a whole range of views, as you can see, and hopefully one day you might be sitting in one of these chairs. So thank you so much. Thank you. I now move on to welcome Era Paihopa of the Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust. If you'd like to join us, please.
Tēnā tātou katoa. On behalf of Te Papanui Enderley Community Trust, we'd like to thank Council for this opportunity to present our support for He Paumanua Ora, Pillars of Wellbeing Strategy. So I'm Era Paihopa, he uri no Ngāti Hine, and I'm the chairperson of the trust.
O tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Vicky Young, and I'm the deputy chair, and I'll be speaking with Era today.
So we're here representing the community of Te Papanui Enderley, who are often voiceless when it comes to engaging in local government processes and influence of decisions. As a community trust, we believe a strategy like this is long overdue, and we can see how adopting He Paumanua Ora would be beneficial to our community and the wider city. We applaud the determination to uplift the city and tell its histories while providing a better framework for well-being of our residents. It's important to help educate people about the place we live in, and when we first established this trust, we engaged with kaumātua Ngāti Wairere to share our vision. They bestowed the ingoa of Te Papanui onto our trust and challenged us to restore the name of the area, hence Te Papanui Enderley Community Centre, where we operate for social transformation. We look forward to Council restoring original names and places in Kirikiriroa. Through community events and engagements held at the centre, we've heard from 1,000 people about what wellbeing means to them, and it ties in really well with He Paumanua Ora. There's a strong appetite for things like toi Māori in our community. They're wanting to see and experience more kaupapa Māori and Māori art where they live. What some would consider our centre being a big grey elephant in the community, we see it as a big blank canvas waiting to be adorned with colour and art that reflects the strong Māori and Pacifica identity there, our people and our stories. We support specific funding for toi Māori outside the existing overprescribed funding model that exists.
Okay. So we'd also like to speak and just say thank you to the council and for the Mayor Paula Southgate's leadership in actually doing this, creating this, and all the councillors for supporting this and allowing us all to have our say. And I'm just going to talk to the unity, the po of unity. So currently, Māori make up 23.7% of Hamilton's population, But often when we're asked to represent and talk about things, generally it's actually about 5% that respond to any council's communication or community engagement on strategies, plans and policies. So some of the, we've been thinking about that with our trust, and some of the reasons that we decided we would run events was because we wanted to hear what our people were thinking, feeling, everything. We wanted to hear from their mouths. So we managed to, first of all, build strong relationships, because for Māori, it's about a relationship. So because we built strong relationships with our community, when we held events, we were told, oh, you'll probably get 250 people, but we had more than 1,000 people attend our events, which was fantastic. And at those events, we were able to, ask questions to the community about what they want, what they thought. And I think that the great thing was that this pillar, your 4 pillars, were at one of our events, and our community was so engaged in filling in responses. It was just wonderful, really excellent. So in terms of unity, you've put here that what do we think should be Māori representation in management roles. Of course, we agree that yes, Māori should be at in every space, at all the tables, not just here, but in all boards, etc. We should be leading and helping, because we should be taking a leadership role under the treaty. We're partners. But I think one of my elders has said that we should not just be thinking about treaty partnerships, we should now be moving on to the stage of power sharing. And so that's the thing that we're very interested in, is the concept of power sharing as part of our partnership.
He pau manawa taurikura. So in 2018, the Socio-Economic Deprivation Report highlighted Enderley as the second most deprived community in New Zealand when comparing income stats. Our biggest challenge in Te Papanui Enderley is poverty. Some of our community have lost their jobs due to COVID, and if another risk of COVID comes to Hamilton, then places like Te Papanui Enderley could be hit hardest. We struggle in areas like overcrowded housing, health, unemployment, education, environment and identity. So we want council to focus on supporting our community in these key areas. Our community feels unsafe and abandoned by council over the years. We made it a goal to change this. We're calling for safer streets with increased lighting, safer roading up to centre community centres and better facilities like playgrounds. We also support initiatives like Te Kohau Health's Wellness Centre, and we encourage council to partner with organisations like ours to help transform poverty here.
Okay, and in terms of restoration, one of the things that we are very interested in is returning our Te Papanui area, returning to that name, Te Papanui. So Te Papanui Enderley was gifted to us by Ngāti Wairere, and also Te Papanui is the forest, the little Claudelands forest, and we want to suggest to council that because that forest is so important and special to Ngāti Wairere, we should actually put in some action to protect that particular forest. The other thing that we were very keen on doing is to provide fruit trees around our Te Papanui Park area, just so, that would be a lovely thing for the community and the children. We have a large number of children in our community, and we would like to be able to provide some fruit trees around the park that they can pick and eat and enjoy as they play, hopefully on our new playground.
Do you want to summarise that result?
That's it. We now got time for questions.
Yep,
Thank you.
sure.
I'm going to start with Councillor Mark Bunting.
kia ora.
And let me get this right, Te Papanui, the geographical area, is that just that forest? Because I was under the understanding it was Enderley and Fairfield, is that right? Right down to the river?
Yeah, and Fairview Downs around to Porritt Stadium.
Yeah.
Right, so that whole big area, so
Te Papanui.
that, you'd prefer that was referred, that whole area was referred to, okay, that's good to know.
And Claudelands Event Centre used to have Te Papanui written on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, no, that's cool, I'll let roll on, thanks.
Mongai Te Pora Thompson Evans, then followed by a wish of the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Tēnā kōrua, kia kaha Te Papanui,
Kia ora.
kia kaha kōrua mahi ana ki tu wero e whakatakato a Ngāti Wairere. Ngā mihi. And he pātai tākou me huri ahau ki te reo rua. If there was, you've outlined some key projects that you support, or I think some key mahi that would turn around things for Te Papanui. What, if you had to pick three, what would they be? For prosperity, let's talk about prosperity, because let's grow our community. What's top of the list for Te Papanui?
So something that we're wanting to get underway is a marakai, and that teaches our community how to sustain themselves. Another one is to our leadership program, so it's taking tamariki and rangatahi and help supporting them to turn into leaders.
And we also would like to support the beautification and upgrade of our building, because the whare that we use is falling down in places and leaking and flooding, and it's just like a box. It doesn't have any paint, it's a grey box, so we kind of would like some beautification happening and a better playground for our tamariki, which we put in there because it's very not appropriate. There's not even a shade sail, there's no colour.
Yeah, it's for our residents too to feel like they belong there through, you know, the facilities and the artwork that they see.
Pride in their community.
Yes.
Thank you. Final question from Mayor Southgate.
Kia ora kōrua. Thank you for that, and you're largely in support of Hei Pōmanawa Ora, the direction. Your recommendations tend to sit in the actions that come forward from it, yeah? Just in terms of asking the question, we're working on the whole multi-stakeholder concept of revitalisation of Enderley to Papanui. That's something that you would support as an action going forward. I mean, we tend to design new areas of the city very well, but revitalising an area that needs... Yes. Is that something that you feel would be... Thank you.
Yeah, in a way that is culturally appropriate to the people living there.
Yes.
Chance to do something with a different lens.
Yes.
Yeah.
And taking our community in consideration when you're making those decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and attendance, and thank you so much. I'm now going to we are now going to take a 5-minute tea comfort stop, and then we'll welcome the submitted from the Waikato District Health Board. So if you can be fairly prompt. We welcome our representative from the Waikato District Health Board, and you know the procedure when you're in your hands.
Tēnā tātou, he uri ahau no Maniapoto, no Te Rarawa hoki, kei hauraki ahau I noho ana. My name is Cindy Dargaville. I'm here from the Waikato District Health Board. I am representing our Executive Director, Ricky Niania, who is the Executive Director of Māori Equity Health Improvement. And the submission that has been put forward is a submission on He Pau Manawa Ora from his team, and it is from the executive leadership team of the Waikato DHB. So will I just go ahead and...
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So just briefly, our overall feedback of He Pau Manawa it was that we felt that it was written from a strengths-focused perspective that clearly embeds Māori voices into the strategy for the future. We were supportive of the overarching strategy, the 4PO and the development process alongside iwi and Mātāwaka. The strategic direction is strong and strongly aligned to the determinants of health, which will improve health and wellbeing for our whānau. And we just had a few small amendments and recommendations that we highlighted in our feedback. First one being change all mentions of the treaty to Te Tiriti, as in the Māori language version of the document recognised by international law. To change any mention of Māori and all Hamiltonians to Māori and non-Māori Hamiltonians, to make it clear that Hamiltonians is a phrase inclusive of Māori. Review the principles of Te Tiriti referenced, as the latest communication from the Director General Māori Health suggests using the following principles instead. Tino rangatiratanga, partnership, active protection, options and equity. Also, that was raised in stage 1 of the Health Services and Outcomes Inquiry, Y2575. 4, commit to widespread education campaign related to te reo. If council projects, plans, streets, etc. are going to display more te reo without education, the name changes will become tokenistic. Commit to targeted pro-equity legislation that allows for pro-equity differential treatment of Māori and non-Māori based on the inequities outlined in the document. And we've given some suggestions, including iwi Māori voice prioritised in council, not just on committees. Commit to using Māori businesses and expertise to accomplish the other pillars as a means of improving prosperity, for example, restoring native flora and fauna to Kirikiriroa can be used, sourcing native plants through Māori-owned businesses. We had a few questions about the process and next steps, including how will the final sign-off of the document be made? Does it require a consensus agreement, or will some members be able to vote for a final version that others may not support? We would suggest a consensus approach or a voting process that prioritises the voices of Māori, of your Māori partners. Otherwise, we felt the strategy was beautiful, strength-focused, and had a clear Māori voice, can be heard throughout it. We support the direction, and we would be interested in seeing the next iteration and look forward to working alongside Hamilton City Council in the realisation of the strategy for the wellbeing of our whānau. Ricky also asked me this morning to let you know that he wanted to express our desire to work collaboratively with councils and other partners on an intersectorial agenda for equity. Kia ora.
Further questions? Right, I'm going to take our first question. I'm not from Mangai Tapora Thompson Evans, who may be known to you.
Just a little. Tēnā koe, Cindy, pai ki te kite a koe. Ko koe te māngai o te pōari haura arohe o Waikato. E hara ana ke te Directorate Māori Equity and Health Improvement te katoa o te DHB. Tēnā koe anō o tō hoa Myra. He pātai tākou, the submission talks about the tiriti o Waitangi and moving on from the 3 principles, and we have 5. So that's not something that's widely known across other agencies. And how does the DHB propose to work on with council to socialise that a bit more, or working with us to understand that?
That's definitely something we can work with council on. We are, as councillors, still socialising it and understanding it for ourselves, and just as you are, we're developing our strategies to align to these the newly recommended principles. So it makes sense that we do that together rather than, and it's not to suggest that the other ones aren't, that a lot of organisations will be aligning to those ones and have done for some time. And it is about us making a stand and saying these are the ones that we will align in action. So I guess from our point of view, we're happy, our directorate is happy to support any strategic alignment and to share the documents that we have in terms of that mahi that we are developing.
It's a great partnership ahead, I believe.
Thank you.
Unbiased, of course.
Councillor Sarah Thompson.
Thank you, tēnā koro, and thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks again. I was just interested in your comment around when we are implementing these things, actually looking at a procurement model, basically. And we are doing some work around a procurement review and looking at how we use, say, a social procurement lens and looking at environmental outcomes and things as well. So do you have any thoughts around, in more detail, how we could best be implementing that kind of social procurement model? Or if you want to speak offline, it's fine too, but just...
It's actually something that we're looking at and that Ricky is Amotai. Yeah, we actually haven't ourselves, the DHB and Ricky are actually looking at for ourselves, because we have actually very strict procurement guidelines, as I'm sure you would. So it's about wherever we can having an equity focus, and where there are large pieces of work going ahead within the DHB, like builds and things like that, we're always asking our Māori teams and our iwi partners to be on board in terms of selection, which is what we've been involved in for actually determining whether these organisations or services will be, increasing Māori workforce and what they're doing to impact on the Māori community.
Yeah, and like Cindy was saying, so with a social procurement model, or our procurement model that we're developing within the equity group, governance group at Waikato DHB, there's certain criteria that that we're developing at the moment to ensure that there's equity gain in everything that we do and who we partner with. And so that's still under development, but the focus is on basically making sure that we're being informed by the community that we serve, and ensuring that whoever we're partnering with are actually fit a certain criteria with regards to patient and whānau-centred care, workforce development, ensuring that the processes are tika, and not just for healthcare on a physical level, but also for environment. What sort of impact is that going to have on the environment as well? So sustainability.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Final question from Councillor Naidu-Rolfe.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Just happy to speak offline as well if your answer's too long. But I'm just interested in listening to our last speaker talk about Te Papanui and focusing on health outcomes in those areas of low socioeconomic areas. Is DHB, is that part of your strategy at the moment? Are you focusing on those areas and those health outcomes? And is there space to collaborate with council on those?
The quick answer is yes. And we have access to data analysts and data that can highlight what areas, but we also are interested in hearing from the whānau and from our patients and as well. So it's not just data, but it's both of those things aligned help us to decide what, when and how and what we need to do.
Okay.
And just one quick thing, so the Enderley region, I mean, Te Kohau Health offer fantastic services within that region, or that area of Kirikiriroa, and so there is mahi being done in that space with the DHB, but ongoing initiatives and models of that care with the community providers is really important, and collaboration with council over that as a holistic approach to well-being in those communities is really important. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that is a very fitting note to welcome Lady Te Reti Moxon to join us, please.
Kia ora koutou katoa kānu te mi atu ki au koutou tēnei wā, I rungi te kaupapa nei, kānu te mihi. I know my time is short and I've got lots to say, so I should just get on and do it. So kia ora everybody. Paula, ko koe me te kaunihera nei. I think it's fitting at this stage just to say congratulations on He Pau Manawa Ora. And I think it's a great start, and it certainly is the first time I think I've ever seen anything that sort of vaguely resembles something that Māori would participate in and certainly be a part of. So congratulations to you all for that. So, but I think it needs a bit of a broader lens, and I'm hoping that from today that you'll be able to incorporate that into the final document when it's finally released. And I think we should start with the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and as the foundation document. Quite often where documents refer to, as in this case, to the principles, because we think we understand the principles more than we understand the articles of the treaty. But in order for you to be able to implement the treaty in a real sense, you've got to understand what the articles of the treaty mean. Otherwise, it's just words. And so it's important that we get a handle on that so that when we're writing documents, any document that mentions the treaty, we understand that. And it's been mentioned already, the principles of the treaty as per the Y2575 claim from before the Waitangi Tribunal, the Hauora claim. Tino rangatiratanga, what does that mean in terms of all these pillars? It means sovereignty, it means Māori making decisions for ourselves. It also means things like power sharing. It means shared resources, shared decision making. Now that's what we need to be thinking about when we're talking about Māori and a partnership. Now we've got to remember too that Māori are the only ones who have a treaty in this country. So as But the treaty, if you look at the articles under Article 3, encompasses everybody, including health. So tino rangatiratanga, partnership. What does partnership mean? And I think we need to understand those things before we start putting out documents that actually are a little bit tokenistic in how it might come across, or might. Equity and options, very, very important, because the big talk now is equity, but we've got to be making sure that whatever we do is equitable. And so if we're talking about partnership, I'm no longer talking about, we're 10% of the population, so therefore we should get 10% of the pūtea. No, we're talking about 50-50 in every kind of way. And I think if we think in those terms, then we'll be able to change history. Just on a couple of points I want to make, because I can see my time is ticking away. I wonder if you can think about how, in terms of our history of the mighty Waikato and all the rest of it, of how we can support our people or Hamiltonians or whoever you think, to understand what the history of Tainui, Waikato Tainui is. What does that mean? Because lots of people don't know what it means, and when they don't know what it means, they actually become advocates against it. So we need to understand that. And I think we need to think about healing wrongs of the past. Because you can't, we saw those young people today talking about Te Tiriti and what they're doing in their school. But in actual fact, they do not understand the history of this area. And we must understand that if we're really going to make this a living document that actually is meaningful for all of us. So, and recognition of the kingitanga, well, I think we need something more concrete than just acknowledgement. I think we need to invest, financially invest. And I don't know whether we've ever tried or thought about that. We should be investing in these things. And we should be changing the name of Hamilton to Kirikiriroa. We should be looking at our street names and saying that these should be changed to what is meaningful to this rohe, like Te Papanui. And then they change the names and they make them into something else no one can recognise. There's no whakapapa. So universalism doesn't work for everybody, we all know that, and certainly doesn't work for minorities. So sharing of power and resources has got to be something we have to think about in terms of what we're doing when we're making decisions in everyday life, really. And Māori wards, I didn't see anything in there about Māori wards. We should be thinking about Māori wards. How do we bring those voices to the thing? I think we've had a good start. We've had a very good start, but we've got a long way to go. So all of those things, in terms of all those po, it's really, really important to be thinking of that in terms of decision-making and all the rest of it. And we should be targeting Māori leadership, targeting them, not just say, oh, well, we'd like to increase it, because, we tend to bring people into our organisations that are like us. So if that's going to be the case with decision makers, then it's probably never going to happen. I'm just saying. Okay, and so the Te Pau Manawa Tauri Kura, investing in Māori health and wellness projects. You heard Te Papanui trustees say that they really want that health and wellness centre. So do we. We're dying too fast, too often of preventable diseases, and it's absolutely crucial that we have that over there in Enderley. And it's crucial that we have it for Māori where it is accessible, where diagnostics are accessible to Māori. So that we can all be part and parcel of that response and that solution. Creating social housing should be a priority, an absolute priority in our regions, in our areas, our suburbs, and dedicated funding for Māori should be put aside, not just, you got to go and put your little 5 cents worth in, etc. But investing and building and enhancing communities is the key, because the mana should be with our communities, not with decision making, people who are removed from there. So, and the growth of development of whānau, hapu, iwi, marae, and in all environmental issues is absolutely key. So, e tautoko ana hau te kaupapa nei, so nō reira tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. And we have our first question from Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I could listen to you speak all day. I was interested in two of our submitters, particularly the younger ones, who see this as something greater, something more multicultural. How do you bring them into that? 'Cause I heard you refer to it before, and I thought I heard you say it's because they don't understand Te Tiriti. And that worried me a little bit. Do you see this as just a Māori thing, or do you see it as something greater in the future?
Well, part of the issue around Te Tiriti o Waitangi is that it's been ignored.
Right.
And it's been made invisible.
Okay.
And lots of our children don't understand the history. They don't understand the whakapapa. So when they talk about colonisation, they don't know what that means because they don't live it. It isn't imprinted in their DNA like it is with Indigenous peoples around the world.
Okay.
It's imprinted. So it goes on from one generation to the next generation to the next generation in terms of trauma, in terms of hurt, pain, in terms of mental health issues, you name it, and we're dealing with those things now. So, how can they? When most people think they understand Te Tiriti and they don't. It was a partnership between two peoples, not 100 million people, two peoples.
How does it speak to the multicultural desire that they had, though?
So, the thing is, Article 3 of Te Tiriti actually encompasses all cultures. Right. And Article 4, it wasn't really originally in Article 4, but encompasses all religions.
Right.
So that's already within Te Tiriti, and they have every right, and we have welcomed them here as part and parcel of our country. Right. But the treaty is between two people.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Manga Norm Hill.
Yep. Tēnā koe te whaia me mihi katika ki a koe mō tō kaha ki te hapai tō tātane ora o te iwi whānui tonu. Me mihi ki a tautumi hoki. E kia te kōrero tāwhiao, ko tahi te kōwhao te ngira, kua nā te miro mā te miro pango me te miro whiro. Kia mau te aroha te ture me te whakapono. So King Tāwhiao said there's one eye of the needle through which the white, red and the black threads pass. And he talked about unity. Often leaders of our communities say what's good for Māori is great for everyone. And so it's inclusive in all the tangas, manakitanga, arohatanga, awhinatanga, me era momo tangas. So understanding that, we know the why around this kaupapa. It's actually how my question is the how. Ki tō whakaro, kei whia te pūteka, ki kupu hautera, pūtia, kei whia te pūtia hei whakahuahua I tēnei o ngā rautaki.
You know, it's like anything. If you actually believe something can happen, it will happen. But, you know, mā te huru ka rere te manu. But it does take resources, it does take money to make things happen. So when we're talking about the pūtea, then I think that as part of Council's budget, we should be looking at that. When we're talking about people and whānau and wellness of communities, you must look at those who are in our communities who don't have what we have, who are not privileged, who are actually living from hand to mouth every single day. And unless we do something radical and transformational, it's going to continue. And we've got to stop it. So where is it coming from? We have to change the way in which we think about how we use our finances. And we have to put that together. Like, you know, one bit here, one bit there makes for much, you know. So let's look at it like that, like an effort together rather than siloed.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Martin. Thank you for your presentation. Always enjoy listening to you. I'd be fascinated to understand better the narrative. On one hand, it's about partnership, and then on the other hand, a very strong message about sovereignty. Walk me through your vision. What does that look like?
Well, it means that it's not a master-servant relationship. What we have in this country is a master-servant relationship. basically you say, jump this high, and we jump that high. We go, if you want this, you need to get through this hoop, that hoop, that hoop. What we are looking for and what we are working towards is being able to make decisions for ourselves in our own way for our own betterment. Because right now, it's not us who makes the decisions. We might get a contract from Wellington, from the Ministry of Health down there. They tell us what's good for us in our community. They don't say, hey, what do you think is good for your community? Okay, these are the outcomes we want, and you go ahead and do it. That's what we want. We want to be able, and the one thing about people who have power, as well we know in this room, they don't want to share it. And those who have resources don't want to share it either. So the thing is, if we were talking about true partnership, in the sense of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, we would be 50-50. At the moment, it's something like, 80-20 if we're lucky.
With all due respect, the only reference you really made was to central government. Could you give me a suggestion in the context of local government? After all, you're in local government. And under the, and I'm sure you'll acknowledge that in terms of local government leadership, you're in a chamber where we have wonderful representation from Mangamauri. We were one of the first councils that advanced that. So in between the critiques, I'm sure you're also celebrating and championing the move forward. Councillor. So could you give me some examples in a local government context, not central government?
A local government.
So what does it look like in terms of sovereignty in local government in your view?
Well,
thank you. Yes.
Is it right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would say it's 50-50 power sharing. That's what I'd say it looks like. It's 50-50 resource sharing. We're a treaty partner. We're not someone that was dragged in from another country yesterday. We have been here from time immemorial. So the thing that we have in the country is we get little bits. Like, give you an example. All your community houses, your community centres, you know, they just took the money away and just left them there to rot. And now, even though there were small bits of money in there, you know, there was no real power or no real mana given to them, so they could really work and help their own communities. Now, if you gave them that ability to be able to grow their own communities and develop them, you would have a different picture in Enderley today.
Thank you. Final question from Her Worship the Mayor.
Kia ora, kōrua. I understand the vision. You've been quite clear in the way that you've expressed it today and where where the destination is. So don't take this the wrong way when I ask you that. Does Hei Pō Manawa Ora, is it a sizable start in reducing the divide between us, the wall that between us, and building a platform, because we need a foundation to start having these really big conversations about, to drive better understanding in the wider community and true collaboration and therefore true partnership? Does it go far enough in your opinion, or if it doesn't, in what ways can it be improved? I do understand the context of 50-50 and complete power sharing, but we're here today and we need to be somewhere tomorrow. And how do we get there? I just want your view on that.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a transformational change in the way in which we think about communities. You know, we took away all the mana from all our families. We need to restore that mana back to families. We need to restore that mana and their mana back in terms of their being able to look after their own children in their own way, in the best way possible. I'm not saying that there aren't people who need help, but certainly that's what we need to be. And if we start by thinking community by community by community, I think we'll get there.
So our implementation actions for some of that are
for some of that is good. I just think we can broaden that to make it much more meaningful and much more focused.
Thank you, that helps. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your submissions, and thank you so much.
A pleasure as always. Kia ora.
Yes, indeed. I now want to invite Jenny Pumanuka from the United Families for Justice to join us, please.
Kia ora, everybody. So I'm from an organisation that does a lot of community support to parents who have had their children uplifted by Auranga Tamariki. There is a serious need in Hamilton for our parents to have mental health support and community support for kai even, and fellowship amongst each other. Now, for 20 years we have been an activist organisation helping parents get their message across to the government about their unfair treatment and their hardship. And now, after 20 years, as of 2020, we have leaned more towards supporting these parents. And we have also strongly integrated with Māori and shared power for that 20 years. Yes, I'm sorry, but are we allowed to finish before our 7 minutes?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it gives time for some questions, and that's fine, that's fine.
Okay, and so I'm the manager of our community support centre that our HODs have set up here in Hamilton for our Hamilton branch. We have about 140,000 supporters across the nation. And we have recognition with the United Nations and the Norwegian Human Rights Court. Questions?
Thank you. A question perhaps from the Chair. Just a broad sense, you know, your source of, do you have government contracts or funding? What is your funding?
We are independent
Yeah.
from the government.
Yeah. Okay, so basically from donations and that?
We're a limited company at the moment, but we're hoping to change into a charitable trust.
Fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions? Sorry, Mangai. No, I apologise. I saw Mangai Norm raise his hand, but that was just. Yeah. Just a question from Councillor Thompson.
Kia ora. If there was one or two things that you would say would be most important in terms of the document, He Pau Manawa Ora, and ensuring that it's in there or it's emphasised, is there anything there?
Prosperity. Prosperity, but unfortunately the document doesn't cover hauora, which is something we focus on quite strongly.
Okay, thank you.
And final question from Mangai Tapora Thompson-Evans.
So on the title page of Taumukura for Prosperity, it mentions hauora, and it talks about well-being as an outcome. It's not fleshed out very well, and so I think we need to hear what that will mean. Yeah. And so in the mahi that you do, what are ways that we can flesh that out to give effect to it in a local government way? What are things that as a local government that we could do? So I understand the mental health and addictions that largely will sit within DHB and Ministry of Health and that social determinant space, which is I think the role that we play here in that social determinant space. What are some of the things that this council can do to give effect to the well-being of our people?
Our parents and our victims that we deal with daily. Well, more support in general and more cultural integration with Māori, because Māori are our clients who face the biggest need.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. Thank you. I'm now going to invite Javaya Feki to join us, and she will then be followed by the representatives from Go Eco Waikato Environment Centre. But Javaya first. Well, in your hands.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm so happy to be here. I'm going to get straight into it because I have quite an extensive report if you read it. I have 4 key points that I would like to speak about today. The first key point is young people. In our vision, it said that Hamilton is the youngest city with a median age of around 32 to 35. In He Pau Manawa Ora, it states that 23.7% of people in Kirikiriroa identify as Māori, and of that, 52% are under the age of 25. This is very important to note because that means that our city is full of young Māori people. If you round that to the age of around 35, which is our median age, that means that we've got around 60 to 70% of young Māori people. In Seed Waikato's, Seed Waikato is a charity organisation, and what they focus on is impacting the lives of young people. In December 2020, what they did was a wellbeing report. And in that report, some of the key things that they found for young people were that young people cared about mental health and wellbeing, and also that some of the barriers to young people were money and time. I think this is so important to note because that means that our young people care about wellbeing. I would also like to state that because of this, and in He Paumanawa Order, it also states that some of the outcomes sought in the Pillar of Unity states that you guys would like an increased representation of Māori in senior management roles within council and an increased representation of Māori in senior leadership roles within council. Because Māori make up 23.7% of our population, Māori represent less than 5% of respondents to council's community engagement. And I think that's really sad and shocking that we have less Māori people responding to, council and what council's trying to implement. So being solution focused, I believe that firstly we should address the findings of Seed Waikato because there is a huge population of young people here. And if less than 5% of Māori are engaged with council, there is clearly a relationship with these findings and the barriers that young people are facing, and this council could be reflecting and contributing to a low number of Māori representatives, as more than 52% of our Māori population are under the age of 25. So adhering and contributing to this, addressing these young people issues, I think is very, very important, especially because Māori make up quite a lot, and we can see that there's suffering there, and the statistics show this. The next thing that I would like to speak about is the coat of arms. So I came into council, and I had no idea that we had a city emblem. And I was questioning, why is there 3 cows? What's going on there? And so I decided to create awareness and go to Instagram, and what I found was that the 3 key things from a survey that I did with more than 100 participants, they said that it lacks Māori representation. They want more Māori representation in the city emblem. They also said that they don't feel represented through the city emblem, and they want the crest to represent them. And the third thing was that no one knew about our city emblem, which I think that is very interesting. And in my report, it explains the statistics around that. I then created a petition about this to further create more awareness and to see who was actually interested in changing this or starting the conversation around this. And a lot of participants responded, and they were very, very interested and intrigued around this. Adhering to the values of He Paumanawa Order, I would just like to say that Te Tere Tio Waitangi is a big part of this initiative, and of that it states that partnership is key. Partnership is key. What I found through doing an extensive research around the city crest was that there was actually a lack of information in regards to this. There was a lack of metaphorical, cultural and traditional meaning to the city crest, whereas what I found interesting was that I found a 124-page brand manual, Council's V2 1218 brand manual report on their council city logo, as opposed to the city crest. And I just thought that was so interesting. I was like, okay, there's 124 pages, but a lack of information around the emblem. And I feel like this needs to change. And analysing the emblem as well, just in correlation with some of the values that are brought up around Te Paumanawa Order, that partnership is a key thing. And from what I can see with the city emblem is that it lacks Māori representation. And as you can see, I've analysed it myself, and what I found was that the crown is at the key of our city crest. That, the insight there is amazing. That signifies superiority, it signifies a lack of partnership. And what I think is that this emblem needs more Māori representation. The people want to change the emblem. And there are ways that we can do around this, adhering to my solutions and my report. The next thing that I would like to speak about, number 3, is the name Kirikiriroa. I know this is quite a popular topic with council here, and it has been brought up I've had the honour of being mentored by Kaumātua Tame Pokaia, and I have had the honour of going around to different pa sites located around Kirikiriroa. And in school, I didn't have the opportunity to learn te reo Māori. I didn't have the opportunity to learn my whakapapa from my parents or my grandparents. And finding out that there were two different definitions for Hamilton and Kirikiriroa, my heart wept for my ancestors. My soul cried. I did not know that there were two different definitions to our city's name. I thought that Kirikiriroa was automatically a Māori translation to Hamilton. So when I found out, I was very, very saddened by this. And the point where I come from in regards to this is that history is history. What I would like is an opportunity to get real with the facts about what happened. I researched, I tried to find information about Captain Hamilton. I couldn't find anything. There was a lack of information provided. Because of this, it kind of made me question. And in He Paumanawa Order, it states that the way forward for the future is to acknowledge all sides of history. All sides. And I want to emphasize that because I feel like there is a lack of European history involved with the things that happened in the past. And as a young person, I just want to be educated and have access to all the resources in regards to this. As it states, the way forward is, of course, education. And so that's how I believe that we can understand the future and impact that is by just going back to that conversation of our city's namesake. The last point that I would like to speak about is Waiwhakariki Natural Heritage Park. Online it states that this is going to be a world-class ecological park, that it is a very important taonga to our city. Because of this, I felt very saddened when I seen the construction that was happening right next door to Waiwhakariki. And I had conversations with Paula around this and other people as well. As a young person, understanding the importance of Waiwhakariki and the fact that it is labelled as a world-class ecological park. World-class. My concern is that the subdivision that is being built there is taking the mana and peace away from this land. Waiwhakariki actually motivated me to be here today. It ignited my flame, it ignited my passion, and I cried for days in regards to this. But what I want to say, yes.
Just, I do apologise, but
that's
excellent.
okay.
Just last couple of sentences, because we've got two questions who are desperate to ask you some quick questions.
Okay. I would just like to end it as it states that in Articles 2 and 3 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, it states that it recognised Māori as tangata whenua, as kaitiakitangi. And for me, as a citizen, I feel like I let this land in particular down, that I did not guard or protect this land as it is being constructed into a different place, whereas I thought that it could be expanded upon and included in the world-class ecological park that we want to see. So as this, it also explains that we are assured all the same rights.
Sure.
So my question is how are we regarded as kaitiakitangi but still have equal rights?
Thank you. I'm going to take a quick question from Mangai Norm Hill and then Councillor Hamilton.
Tēnā koe, mō tō kaha ki te hapa i tō ahotanga e pāna ki tēnei o ngā whakaaro, so I just want to acknowledge your submission. I love your enthusiasm. Being one of the younger ones in the room, I kind of get that too. In terms of engaging with rangatahi, I had a debate at the marae once, as with a group of people, and I says, when you point the finger, don't forget these three pointing back at us. So when the offer is held to many of us as a people, as a culture, as a iwi, what are we doing to also participate in that? Because it's actually a two-way conversation, it's a two-way street. So an offer's there, there's also an effort on our side, and I say that with our iwi Māori and a rangatahi perspective, being young. So in regards to that, how can we best improve our engagement with rangatahi to ensure that they're represented? I know SEED do a lot of great work, but rangatahi outside SEED so that they're involved in this great work that the council are going to project and direct going forward.
Well, SEED Waikato is made up of a lot of partnerships with different charity organisations within the community, and I think because of that it's important that we go back to those findings, that they actually did an in-depth report around that. So I think that we can adhere to those values and those findings and actually make it possible to partner with them in regards to those findings.
So seed and other rangatahi outside seed?
I think that Seed Waikato's findings relate back to rangatahi in a whole broad perspective. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Final question
Jennifer.
from Councillor Hamilton.
Chair, just two questions, one procedural, one. I'd love to read your report. I didn't catch your name and I can't find the report.
Javea Fiki. I think it's about 27 pages long, so it's quite a long report that I wrote, but it's very passionate.
Thank you. I just wondered, Chair, if we could catch at the start just the name and the submission so we can follow along with.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably a bit slower than some of the others.
I thought I had, but I apologise. No. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you. I'm now going to invite the GoEco and Waikato Environment Centre representatives to join us at the table, please.
Kia ora koutou, ko Joe Riglioho, no Pakeha au. I'm speaking here with my colleague on behalf of GoEco, Kaivolution and the Waikato Environment Centre Trust in response to Te Pau Manawa Ora. We've submitted a written application or submission and we've rewritten now what we were going to say today while we've been listening to the kōrero because much of it's already been said and we'd like to tautoko the voices of hapu and mana whenua, tangata whenua today and their direction that this is a great start and we see this as a treaty relationship document. We want to acknowledge the work of Mona and many others in facilitating the conversations that have been had to date. And we want to recommend that, as per the pleas today, that that Hamilton City Council continues those conversations until we have that agreement from Māori around what's next. So, you know, kōrero mai, kōrero atu, that it keeps going until it is in place. There's been some things that have come up today and we'd like to endorse those as well. Firstly though, as a tangata tiriti organisation, GoEco acknowledges that hapu and Aotearoa never ceded tino rangatiratanga. And that we also acknowledge that there's two partners to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. One is tangata whenua, the other is everybody else, because Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the first immigration document of this country. And it is that document that allows many of us to actually be here as the other treaty partner. In terms of our organisation, we see partnership as a 50-50 arrangement and we believe that in all of its senses and many people have spoken to that today. A 50-50 arrangement because anything else, and if we introduce other parties, then it becomes a collaboration. The true spirit of Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a partnership. When we read Pau Manawa Ora, our first thoughts and the kōrero that we had at work was in relation to acknowledging the articles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but also alongside he whakaputanga o te rangatiratanga o New Tirini. And we saw that those were missing from the document and that the principles were applied. Those principles, our understanding of those principles and our readings of those principles was that they've been put upon us rather than an agreement per se. We believe and we restate that this is a good start and we look forward to where the conversation goes from here in relation to some of the conversations around funding and how this will be paid for. We think that the first step towards that is that this is a document or the partnership, Te Tiriti partnership, is the lens with which everything is framed going forward, and that will provide more information to us and to the council about how that works, and also in those conversations around partnership, and as was said earlier by Ngāti Wairere representatives, that you know, the value of that will come with time. The other part of this for us is that we believe that the exciting thing about the document is it frames what our future looks like, and some of the more difficult conversations for our treaty partnership. And those are the conversations of leadership around and how we have those trauma-centred discussions, which have also been referred to today, our history, the naming of our streets, the naming of our city, what do these things mean? And we believe that this document potentially supports those important conversations.
Kia ora koutou. Hi, my name's Haueri Masters Brown. I work for Go Iku as in the restoration side of things, so gully restoration and small forest. I'm going to cover history and a bit of unity. One will be, you know, how important the stories of Waikato is, and the vision of Kingi Tāwhio or Kirikiriroa, expressed in his mama ora as a place of abundance, particularly Kai, is promoted as a vision for the city. For myself, the kawa and tikanga place via Kingi Tāwhio is the way that I conduct my life, and it's actually bonded me to and humbled me to look at everything in a loving aspect. He placed that his table and his whare will be open to all cultures, anybody and everybody. And that's something that I see will see fit with the submission, is using those aspects of Tāwhio, that one basic aspect. Purely for myself, that as well as for the story side of things, within especially the gully aspect of things, I heard it earlier today that, you know, Waikato Tainui can actually overshadow the mana whenua. And working in the gullies, it'll be amazing just to, with even volunteers, to even have those stories of the actually katiaki of these areas, i.e. Ngāti Hoa, Ngāti Wairere. The original stories of these areas to actually engulf our volunteers that come in to do this mahi, so they have some sort of direction or connection to the area and to where it come from, how the original, let's say, pretty much how you know, the connection to the pika pika, the flora and fauna, and how important these katiaki or these messengers were to our people and to the mana whenua. Yes, and I strongly emphasise that you know, that even for council workers, that even the basics of even educating themselves on a tiriti course, just to have some understanding as well when dealing with mana whenua, could actually do them well. Yes.
Kia ora. Yeah, and just to build on that point, we also, I believe we submitted, but we'll add again today that we believe a significant part of that is education and development for Pākehā and Tauiwi on decolonisation and unlearning some of the historical Pākehā hegemony that, you know, is an inbuilt, as part of our, like, who we are, and understanding the impact of that.
Thank you. We do have, I have a question from Mangai Norm Hill.
E noho poho kerere ai ki te rongo i tō ake whāro, I sit here been passed and your submission. So really proud to hear your whakaaro in this realm. So I just want to talk to the question around kaitiakitanga and what does that look like. And so he piko he tani wha Waikato tani whara e Revi Bend is a guardian, a chief, river of 100 chiefs. And ko wai te tiaki, ko wai te kaitiaki, ko wai te mana, no wai te mana, nā wai te mana. Kei whia te rautaki o te iwi, puta no ki ngā mana whenua. So the connection between iwi authority and our mana whenua who also have authority in that bit. So I just want to sort of, especially around the restoration side of things, is that reflected in the document, in your humble opinion, in regards to strengthening mana whenuatanga and their role as kaitiaki?
I'd say yes. Because we've got to, it's actually been a long time coming, and so we've got to start somewhere, you know. It can only get better. So, yes.
Pātai for you, Joe. There's an organisation and a program in Auckland called Amotai, and it's a social procurement process, and it was talked about earlier around the how. Do you think the rautaki or the strategy encompasses that framework around social procurement as templated by Amotai?
I think I admire the work of Amotai. I think it's valuable in the space that we're operating now and encouraging Pakihi Māori business and opportunity. And while social procurement is part of this He Pou Manawa order, I would say that it could be strengthened again, and that I look forward to seeing the Council's social procurement review and how that's reflected in that review in view of this document.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. I'm now going to invite H. Malcolm Otway to join us. I also just want to advise the committee at this stage. I understand that because a couple of elected members, including the Mayor, have some critical civic business engagements at about 5:30, at that point we're in danger of losing a quorum. So from now on I'm going to be, well, I want to hear everyone who's come, so we'll move on. And Councillor McPherson has helpfully given me that sign to move on. We welcome Malcolm Otway. Is he here? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak of my concerns about the 4 Pillars discussion document. Initially, I want to say that I think it was badly put together because it asks a number of multiple questions to which you can only give one answer, yes or no. And that is an imbalance, and some people that I know wouldn't have the document because it didn't give them any room to manoeuvre. I appreciate that the government requires the council to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities, and that's fine. But the 4 pillars proposed by the Hamilton Council relate almost entirely to the advancement and well-being of Maori, and not to any of the other cultures and communities in Hamilton. And that seems to me a very sad omission. I'm not sure how the council proposes to do this for the well-being of all the communities that are in Hamilton and not just for Maori people alone. And the council has responsibility for all the communities and not just one particular racial group. And it's a racial group, and I must say, and I've got a personal explanation to make in a minute, but it is a racial group that may have as little as 1% of Maori ancestry, and yet that 1% of Maori ancestry allows them to be called Maori and have a huge influence on the development of the Hamilton City Council's vision. I want to just speak about the outcomes of history and the statement that Maori art and culture is a source of pride for all Hamiltonians is a sweeping assumption that I believe is not true. Many people of other cultures, myself included, find some Maori art offensive, rude, and confrontational. And I say that respectfully, but I do object to having a grotesque face with its tongue stuck out and saying, "Ugh." I find that rude in my culture. And so I can't be proud of that as a part of Hamilton itself. Nor can I recognise that the militant challenges of some Maori people to visitors to the country is respectful to them. And although we recognise it as part of Maori culture, it's not something that all of us will be proud of. I'm not sure how far back we go in accepting Maori culture and history, but it seems to me that if we go talking about culture, we do go back a long way, and if we go back before 1840, there is much in Maori culture that is not to be admired, as there is in any culture that we come across or belong to. And I don't think that sort of recognition should be part of a vision that the Hamilton City Council has going forward. Now, the pillar number 2 asks all of us to recognise Maori values and knowledge. And if we agree with the outcome, what values and what knowledge are we agreeing to? And I would like it to be debated and brought out into the open so that all of us are aware of what actually the Council is saying that we're agreeing to. Goodness me. I'll make a personal statement.
Sure, yeah, and I do apologise, we do have time constraints, but in your hands, that's fine.
I'm a New Zealand citizen, and I believe in the 3 articles of the treaty, which I've got here, which refer to all the people of New Zealand, as well as the tribes and the chiefs, but all the people. And the Article first says that the Queen of England forever has the governancy, not the sovereignty, but the governancy, which is why we have a Governor-General, because the government is put into that place. And it's all of the people of New Zealand are covered by the 2nd article, and the 3rd article is the same, that we are granted all the privileges and rights of British subjects. And I'm sorry if that's all I'm allowed to say, but I've got a lot of other things that time doesn't permit, and I'm sorry that that's...
And obviously that point of view is obviously clearly taken into account as part of the submission. Thank you for your submission. Right, we now move on to, is it Mr. Paul Barlow?
Thanks. An absurd movement is sweeping New Zealand right now. All things from Europe must be set aside, and we are expected to embrace all things Maori. It's racism on a grand scale. New Zealand is a nation built on the foundation that all of us will be assured the same rights before the law. I do not support any laws or initiatives that differentiate New Zealanders based upon their ethnicity or ancestry. This includes 1, the generation upon generation of never-ending treaty claim settlements, 2, tribal organisations that trade as charities that pay little or no tax, 3, the recent government legislation passed under urgency in favour of local body Maori wards, and the strategy. These are all unfair and undemocratic. The 4 pillars states it creates unity. In my opinion, it creates disunity. Unfortunately, we live in a woke world, a PC world, where Black lives matter. Surely all lives matter. In the USA, statues are being torn down and street and school names changed. Sadly, Hamilton is going down the same road. Council's weak and 11th hour decision to remove the Captain Hamilton statue proves a cancel culture exists in Hamilton. I wonder who we're going to cancel next. The problem of focusing on the perceived ills of the past leads to an overcorrection in society today. This is clearly what's happening here. I just cannot believe included in the outcomes is increased representation of Maori in senior management and senior leadership within council. Are you serious? I believe many Maori must be seriously embarrassed about this goal. Surely we would all like to see Maori achieve based on their own merits, which has the effect of inspiring the generations to come. And no, I don't want to see more te reo celebrated in the city. I've had enough of institutions like Radio New Zealand and Land Transport New Zealand being given totally made-up names which have no Maori meaning at all. The history pillar states that Maori art should become a source of pride. Like the previous speaker, I find a significant portion of Maori carvings extremely ugly, rude and offensive, not a source of pride for me. Real Maori well-being needs to be tackled in the family home. Why is this not addressed in the strategy? Stronger families lead to achieving individuals and a better society for all. New Zealand's Big Buddy mentoring program states 14% Kiwi boys are raised at home by a single mother. Unfortunately for Maori, this rises to 22%. Statistics from US say young men without fathers have an imprisonment rate 20 times higher than the rest of the population. As we know, by the time the system comes into play, the damage is already done. We know Maori are disproportionately represented in prison, gangs, unemployment, poor mental health, drugs and alcohol. This is incredibly sad and certainly nothing to aspire to. The document is wallpapering over the cracks of the real issues facing Maori today. It is time fair-minded people stand up and say these things. A brave thing to do these days in a PC society that highly condemns those born male and white. This document does not address celebrating Hamilton's whole history. It's 100% Maori focused. Where is the focus on our pioneering dairy, agri-tech and aviation industries? Furthermore, one, this document was developed solely with the input of Maori groups. Where is the balance and fairness for all Hamiltonians? Two, council staff visited local schools to push for submissions. By chance, yesterday I spoke to a 13-year-old actual submitter who had absolutely no understanding of the document. She was hurriedly directed to fill out the form on the spot so council staff could take it away. I also note online in one submission, one student says, now requests, first half hour on lime green scooters for free. This is nonsense. A total of 20% of the submitters to this document are less than 16 years old, around 25% under 18. This process is rigged, dishonest and has zero credibility. Did council approach and push for submissions from other groups? Grey Power, Hamilton ratepayers, church groups, etc.? I very much doubt it. The document was not available at the Chartwell Library when I asked for a copy. Other neighbours and friends have no idea of its existence. So in summary, firstly, the strategy document is biased, unfair and full of PC BS. Secondly, the submission process itself is rigged and borderline illegal. I ask Council to start over, understand the real issues and conduct an honest and transparent process. Please address Hamiltonians' wellbeing issues from the perspective and input of all Hamiltonians. Let's move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I now invite Stanley Wong to join us, please. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for giving me your time to listen. But I was one that filled in the form, and I thought I'd come and talk about my submission because I come from Malaysia and came from a very multicultural country that had big representation of our culture. And I thought, well, you know, for the 4 pillars to work, I just had a couple of words to say and thought I would just present them here. And I thought that, you know, there are a lot of opportunities to introduce more Maori culture into our community, and also giving more opportunities for young people to aspire, you know, in society, and think that there is opportunities for them to go forward, even at high school level, you know. And I do agree that, you know, just now the previous speaker said that some of the people that make the submissions may be teenagers. And one of the things that I said in my submission is, you know, more sort of introduction of workplace programs in high schools to inspire young Maori into future work careers. You know, even vocational opportunities that can be presented that revolves around Maori culture, and let young Maori people think that, you know, there's great opportunities there to, you know, to be part of the community, to be proud of their culture. And the other thing that I thought about was around tourism, because quite often I don't see a lot of history and culinary things. And, you know, if I came to New Zealand and stand as a tourist, a lot of times I don't see the true history and, you know, the locations, and where are all the historical locations, and what are the true culture, you know, representation of, you know, of traditional Maori culture. You know, we know about hangi, but there's no restaurants, there's no arts, there's not enough arts crafts in the community, and there's some improvements there that I thought there's opportunities for you know, going forward. So yeah, that's basically all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do we have questions? Mangai Tapora Thompson Evans.
Hey.
I really just wanted to say tiri makashay, and thank you for coming.
Okay,
and talking through all that you did.
That's all right. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Now invite Hannah Huggin. Is she with us? To join us, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nea mihi ka rere ki a koutou. Ko harauta te waka, ko waipawa te awa, ko maunga haume te maunga, ko takipu te marae, ko te whānau a taupara toku hapu, ko te aitanga a mahaki, ko ronga whakata oku iwi. In 1863, the Crown unjustly confiscated over 1 million acres of Waikato Tainui land and resources. This confiscation resulted in the Waikato Land Wars that crippled the welfare, economy and development of Waikato Tainui. In the 1900s, Māori suffered continued land loss, political isolation, and were stripped and barred from their language and culture. Māori, however, are not passive victims and are resilient to the barriers and trauma imposed upon them. But resilience and protest do not give Māori the agency to exist outside our system of oppression. This harm and suffering caused by the Crown are yet to be truly acknowledged, compensated, and changed. I would therefore like to begin my submission by expressing my support and encouragement for He Pou Manawa Order. This long-term strategic plan is a shift in the right direction, and I am excited about the potential and power He Pou Manawa Order might have if it is implemented in a way that maximises its potential. Secondly, I would like to reiterate the importance of Māori having the ability to make decisions that affect them, in particular climate action. I have spoken at length about the importance of implementing climate justice within our journey to carbon neutrality, and effectively implementing He Pou Manawa Order will be a crucial part of this. As outlined in Tai Tumu, Tai Pari, Tai Ao, Waikato Tainui's Environmental Management Plan, Māori were able to practice mana whakahaere, or care for their land, without interference. This traditional management was successful in caring for the land, but colonisation often led to subsequent degradation and environmental harm. a coordinated, cooperative, collaborative approach with Māori Matauranga, Whakaaro and tikanga as our foundation is our most effective guidance to environmental management. As a council, it is vital we recognise the need for and possibility for transformation. We must do what must be done for everyone in Kirikiriroa and the betterment of all our people. The oppression and harm against Māori has been ignored, minimised and pushed aside for too long. What is the whakapapa we have created for ourselves? What is the whakapapa we will create for the future? The wairua of the strategic plan will be powerful if we choose not to limit its outcomes and benefits. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you for your submission. I don't think there are any questions. Look, thank you so much for sharing your views. Thank you.
Kia ora.
I now invite Mr. Jeff Lewis to join us, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Lewis. Some of you know me. I will do my best to give you an oral submission. Written words are my usual thing. I have read the material that was supplied. This document is completely racist, and it is completely unacceptable. It creates two levels of citizenship based on ancestry, which is, is one of those things you just can't do. It's an affront to human rights, let alone anything else. We have the policy comes in two bits. One of which is on the pamphlet, which I've happily left behind, which provides a whole range of preferential treatment for Māori. As some of the other speakers have said, if you're going to do this, offer the same preferential treatment to everybody on the basis of need, and not on the basis of race or cultural background. The second piece of the document is really simply the second way of looking at it is that the document is part of the rollout of the co-governist bicultural agenda, which is completely undemocratic, completely racist, and completely unacceptable. It's also an attempt, turn the thing over, that's a good idea, that's the best we went to. It's also an attempt to inveigle the kingitanga into the governance of Hamilton, which, in a way, is a form of slow-moving coup d'etat. It has overtones of treachery in it. It is the job of elected representatives to represent everybody fairly and equally. There are no terms like tangata whenua, mana whenua, and so forth do not create special people from people. Everybody should be the same. And that doesn't mean that you can't enjoy your own cultural interests within the law, no trouble at all there. And I would also would like to suggest that you just dump this entire policy, start from scratch. A lot of the information that was sent out as consultation doesn't get anywhere near the real issues involved. Personally, I'm not a supporter of the Treaty of Waitangi. I don't care about the Treaty of Waitangi. It doesn't include me, as far as some people will think differently. Same with the principles of the treaty. Anything that creates two levels of citizenship based on ancestry is unacceptable. There are some angry people around Hamilton. It would be unfortunate if the next election was based on race and nation, but it could well be. So that's what I'd like to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Are there any questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Jeff. I just want to test your thinking a little, and I want to ask you, in the context of a civil society treaties and contracts and law is formed, and we manage those in a day-to-day way of life. The Treaty of Waitangi is a treaty that obligates the Crown, and I think I've heard you say that you don't agree with the Treaty of Waitangi, but are you saying that we should ignore it but then choose to follow other treaties and other contracts? I'm just trying to understand how we opt out.
The treaty itself, the actual document, is not part of New Zealand law. It never has been. I'm happy to have that one on with you. The principles of the treaty, created in the 1980s, now been inveigled into all sorts of bits of law. Sorry, the second part of the question was?
Well, I slightly disagree with your first part. It's enshrined in multiple pieces of legislation.
The original treaty is not part of New Zealand law.
Well, yes, it is. If we were to take the RMA, for example, it's enshrined in legislation.
And this council, including yourself, should have the courage to treat citizens equally, no matter what the law says. There is a fundamental issue of human rights involved. You cannot treat people differently on the basis of ancestry, and that's where we're going.
Final question. In light of whether you agree or not with the treaty, it was entered into between two parties. It was executed. Multiple things have stemmed from it. I'm just trying to understand, are you telling me that in fact we should just ignore it, like it didn't happen, we didn't commit ourselves to certain obligations? Because that appears to be unravelling.
It says the rights and privileges of British citizens. It does not say the rights and privileges of British citizens and a special deal.
But it clearly clearly identifies mana whenua. It clearly identifies Maori in the partnership. Does it not?
If you can just answer, sorry, because we're starting to press on time. I apologise.
Yeah, if a partnership ends up in people being treated differently on the basis of ancestry, then forget it. Okay, that's my view of it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now invite Jay Komeni. Is she here? He, I apologise. You're representing the Waikato Bomb Club. That's right, yeah, thank you. Sure.
My name is Dwayne Walker. I'm from Kapia Moana. At the moment, I'm an advocate for the Waikato Bombing Club. So we've read over the He Pau Manawa Ora pillars and had a look over that. Some of the mahi that is in there, you know, it's a good exploration for Māori, you know, not only Māori, as well as Pākehā, you know, as well as other cultures that can get involved with that. Us specifically, we're here for the awa, you know, making it safe for all swimmers and stuff like that. Go down to the, you know, we come from a recreational side of things. We're trying to help our people, like you say, Māori are this, Māori are doing that, you know. So we're one of those ones that are going to try and get in there and try and make a change through bombing. As you know, or if you don't know, it's a sport that's getting our kids out of trouble, you know, and keeping them proactive off you know, devices and stuff like that. Because all these days you see kids on devices. So our goal is to open that, you know, make a safer swimming area. Somewhere, hopefully, we can get an area or something like that that can be made safe for our tamarikis and all cultures to go down there and swim. The death rate down there at the moment is pretty hectic, and we've had a few drownings and stuff down the river lately. So, you know, we're self-proclaimed kaitiaki of the awa. We're entrenched. Our roots are entrenched in this whenua here, but we don't worry about legislation. We don't worry about, you know, the Treaty of Waitangi because, you know, we don't have time to worry about that. you know, but we're still supporting and stuff like that. But like I said, we're putting our time and energy into our tamariki. So we've come here today for, like I said, for the awa, Wellington Beach, you know, in particular is a place that, you know, the wharf down there is, you know, just, you know, dangerous. You know, and kids will go down there anyway. So our goal is to try and make that safe, you know, for our kids, you know, and all, like I said, always all cultures. It's not just for Māori. It's not just for Māori. It's for all our cultures, all our brothers and sisters that are out there that can go down there and utilise the freedom of what's this beautiful awa and stuff that we have that's right at our doorstep. So yeah, we've come, you know, to support that.
In terms of saying that, more needs to be done to protect it. People.
Yeah, a lot more does need to be done, you know, to protect it down there. We see, you know, jetties and all this stuff coming up, and that's great. That's good opportunities for tourism and stuff like that that's coming along as well. So, you know, we see that upside of that as well. You know, keeping that, you know, areas clean, because, you know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you know, you look at it now, it's terrible. It's terrible. You know, a lot needs to be done down there. And we're willing to go and do that because, like I said, we're self-proclaimed kaitiaki. We'll go down there and take time out of our day and stuff to make sure that that happens. You know, so any support that we can get, you know, through the council and whānau like that, you know, it's much appreciated. We're not asking for much. We don't want much. You know, we just, you know, we're simple. You know, we keep it, you know, keep it simple for us. And our main goal is for our future generations to come. You know, all kids, all races, all cultures. So, yeah, thank you for your fullest time and listening to us.
Thank you. I don't know if Councillor Van Oosten, did you have a question? Sorry. No? No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Bombers Club. I had to look you up online to find out what kind of bombing.
Oh, yeah, no, not that bombing. Definitely not that bombing.
And when I saw that you are doing manus into Waikato
That's the one, that's the one.
From Wellington Street Beach, I thought that was great. Are you aware that there is a proposal in our long-term plan, CUR submitters, that I'm sponsoring and the rest of my council have agreed to put into our 10-year plan that proposes to do some remediation for the Wellington Street Beach particularly.
Ooh, awesome. That's awesome.
So as submitters, we would encourage you again to avail yourselves of that proposal, even if it's really only on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you for your
Chair.
time.
Thanks for your submission.
Mangano?
Being a self-proclaimed wannabe Manu bomber myself, does the do you think the Paumanawa Ora strategy reflects the recreational values of the awa? There's certainly a focus around the restoration of its mauri, but a restoration of its mauri also includes the access to it in a safe and meaningful way.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Is that good? And the other one is that in the long-term plan there is investment around how to make that safer for us as Māori bomber champions. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission. I now, we got Robin Johnson, if you would join us, please.
Today I propose to talk about what is not included in the strategy that I obviously think should be, and rather than discuss the specific elements that I commented on previously in the written submission. History. The document does not discuss the role of the library in providing material relating to our history. Not only books and reading material, but also online, children's story activities, etc. This, I believe, is a major omission from the strategy. I will not talk further about the remaining individual pillars. I'd rather talk more generally about Council's people. As a significant employer, the Council has the opportunity to develop their people, particularly Maori, who are severely underrepresented in the more senior roles. We need upskilling programs for these people, part-time study release, and we can think of a whole lot more to go with that. Apprenticeships, cadetships and graduate training programs are key to bringing young Maori into the modern economy. A look at current council advertisements for staff show, in my view, a lack of succession planning. Too many jobs or senior roles requiring experience gained elsewhere. Council needs to develop their in-house resource by bringing in young people and developing them. For the integration of Maori values, we need Western knowledge and values. I look at the Maori appointees to the Council's committees. They bring both professional knowledge and a Maori perspective. They are a credit to their people, and frankly, we need more people of this calibre on the council. That really covers what I want to say. I think a lot of the measures are wishy-washy. I think, Maori street names are not going to help Maori people. We need to actively get young people involved. We need to train them. We need to upskill our current staff. And I do believe those elements need to be included in the strategy. If there's any questions?
Thank you. I'll just have one question. You talked about succession planning. Is that identifying, I think, younger people of Maori and other of talent and mentoring? What do you mean by that?
Yes, I looked at the current council website jobs, and for instance, they're looking for a wastewater engineer with 5 years' experience. Well, why isn't the council bringing in a young person and training them?
Thank you. And just the other question, can you just clarify the libraries? You're saying you want to see more historical material made available? I didn't quite...
Sorry?
I think at the beginning of your submission talked about libraries and the role of libraries in terms of history and material.
I believe that the council has a real opportunity to use the library resource to provide material. If you're going to get people like me to learn more about our history, our background of all our peoples, I need resources. And the library, the omission of the library, any mention of the library, seems to me to be completely wrong.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? No. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Thank you. And thank you for being with us most of the afternoon, well, a lot of the afternoon, so Thank you. I now invite Alex. They're on Zoom, is that right? Can we bring Alex on the Zoom?
Hi there. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'll just do a quick formal introduction. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko te mihi tā tautahe ki te atua. Ko te mihi ki te tingitanga me, te kāhua ariki. Ko te mihi ki te hunga mate, haere, 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 atura. Ko te mihi ki te hunga ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. No Fiordland ahau, ko Okaka toko maunga, ko Waiau toko awa, ko Marihuku toko marae, ko Elizabeth Rawa, ko Frederick, o Kumatua, ko Alex ahau. Thank you, Councilman and Councilwoman, for hearing me speak today. My representation is with regards to the Matauranga Māori increased senior leadership. I will briefly speak about mediation, the right kind of mediation, cultural mediation, liaisons, and advocacy. In our recent Hei Po Manawa Ora Pillars of Restoration, Unity, Prosperity, History Reviewed Survey, we as a city recognise that Hamilton is bicultural. Being bicultural is current and it is globally woke, as is restoring relationships as per Te Tiri o Waitangi. It is fundamental for us moving forward as a city and as a cultural slice of New Zealand that we achieve this through mediation training, gradual workplace partnerships, and managed changes. In management roles, there are often individuals with skills that are the right people for the job. I feel, just as the speaker previous to me said, that there are those who can advocate, train and support young people into skilled jobs. Rapid changes and sudden cultural changes often leads, historically speaking, to specialised skill set losses. I advocate for more funding through partnerships, iwi partnerships. I advocate for more gradual role introductions. I advocate for change with the right skills, with the right people. And I think that about covers everything that I would like to say. So I am open for any kind of questions.
Thank you. Question from Mangai Te Pora Thompson Evans.
Kia ora, Alex. Thank you for your submission. Probably just to confirm, the submission is on behalf of the Waikato Museum?
I work for the Waikato Museum. I have not spoken very widely with everybody there, so I don't want to represent everybody. I represent myself as an employee of the Waikato Museum.
As an individual citizen, yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. Got that. It's just that on the submission, under the organisation, it said City Council Museum, so I wanted to clarify that. Glad that we've done that. So this morning we heard from Dr. Jeremy Mail, who talked about Toi. And if I just go back to my notes, that he talked about Toi and the energy, and that it's an exciting place to be in at the moment, and looking forward to the implementation of He Po Manawa Ora and being a part of that, and how we bring Toi to tell the different stories. Do you, I didn't, you talked a lot in your submission about for everybody, but more to the point of Toi, because you are at the museum. Have you thought about how you might like to express your thoughts in Toi, or how we do that?
I think okay, now I speak on behalf of myself because I don't want to speak out of turn here on behalf of any of my colleagues who are not represented today. But I do feel that Toi Ihu Māori needs to be better represented, and there's no better place than this area of Waikato with the history that we have. If we can somehow encapsulate that in a way that is more specifically Maori because we are bicultural. I fully 100% back that up and I agree with that. I feel like there needs to be more support for curatorial support at the museum, you know, in terms of staffing. There needs to be more support in terms of actually doing those things and actually having current exhibitions and displays that reflect toi ihu. Because, you know, honestly, my feeling is that there are people that are very passionate about what they do at the museum. Whether they have enough time or resources is another question.
Kapa, could you say we could count on you to be a champion for He Pau Manawa Ora?
I beg your pardon, can you please repeat that?
Do you think we could count on you to be a champion for He Pau Manawa Ora?
I think we really do. I think we really, really do. I think we need to have more advocacy. I think culturally speaking, we can do a lot more.
Thank you. Hey, thank you very much for your time and your presentation. Thank you. I now go on to Te Kopa King Project Nukuhau, I think also on Zoom, is that right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
We can hear you, we can't see you, but...
Oh, sorry, I think there's something wrong with my computer at the moment.
Okay, do you want to just go, you know, we can hear you, so just start your presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so
10 minutes.
I just wanted to speak with you about the consultation matters that are happening around Hamilton when it comes to mana whenua. Over the last few years, a lot of us haven't been considered when it comes to consultation from our iwi Ngā Muri Kautawa, which our hapu are Ngāti Kaura, Ngāti Wainganui, Ngāti Ruru, and Ngā Muri Kautawa the second. So at the moment, we're trying to have our voices heard. There has been a lot of disenfranchisement happening around Awarohia, which starts from the beginning of Manaharakeke, which is out by the Fonterra plant in Te Rapa, right through Waiwhakareke, Norton, Te Tifo, Pareiri, Whare, Dimsdale, Koromātua, and right through to Rukuhia, down to Nokiho Park. I would like to know how you guys are going forward and about creating a voice or letting us be involved when it comes to consultation around what happens with the environment of Hamilton.
Is that your submission?
Yes, that's part of my submission. Also, part of my submission is how is it okay for us to only recognise the Kingitanga as mana whenua when the Kingitanga in fact hasn't recognised us as mana whenua either. So before you start saying that the Kingitanga should be recognised and respected as mana whenua, I think that we need to be also recognised as well.
Okay, look, we're here to listen to your submission, and then obviously there'll be questions we would ask of you. All right, so we're in your hands.
Okay. Yeah, so around the environment of Hamilton, how is it going to reflect? Is it going to reflect the mana whenua that Hamilton is built on, and the territories that Hamilton is built on as well, or outside iwi and hapu? Because that's what we've been seeing happening. They've been getting their kōrero wrong about us as of late. I think it was 3 weeks ago that a group of representatives from outside iwi ended up getting the kōrero wrong about our tupuna up at Dixon Road for Te Unuwai Park. So that was another case that we've had to deal with at the last minute. I just want to say thank yous for letting us know about that, because nobody told us what was going on. We had to find out through someone of the council, Karen Saunders, which we really appreciate that. But moving forward, I think, at the moment we are trying to get some voice for us heard, so that the kōrero around our tupuna in this rohia and in this territory Hamilton is on isn't getting put out wrong, like the history also of how the troops came in and they displaced us, and also had the Crown do that as well with other iwi not recognising or not putting us at the forefront of the table when it comes to consultation about what Hamilton is on in history. So.
Thank you. Is that the completion of your submission before we go into questions?
At this stage, I'm happy with some of the things that you said brought up. Making a greener Hamilton city, nature in the city is really good. But at the moment, I think it is just around the corridor with Mana Whenua not being quite right there. A lot more consultation needs to be done and held. And that's about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. Sorry, we obviously can't. Can you see us, or is it just we can't see you?
No, I can see you. I just got here.
No, that's fine. If you can, yeah, okay. Yeah, we've also got a councillor on Zoom as well. Are there any questions before? I have a question from Mangai Norm Hill.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. Two questions. My first part is around He Pau Manawa Ora as a strategy. Having read that document, what do you think of that document in terms of achieving those cultural and environmental outcomes that you are very familiar with?
I think it's a good step in the right direction. It is. I think it's a good approach to kind of putting things in perspective where it's bridging a gap between Pākehā and Māori.
Yep, and I think you spoke to the point that it's a good start and we can build on that in your submission. The second part of my question is around mana whenuatanga, and it doesn't necessarily say that in the document because that's what we're talking to, but in my humble opinion, I don't think it's up to the council to decide who mana whenua is. It's up to our iwi and mana whenua themselves. So my question to you is, who decides who the mana whenua is?
The ones that have whakapapa to the power sites, which is who we are.
Yeah. So who decides who is mana whenua? Is it the iwi? Is it the council? Or is it mana whenua?
The iwi that whakapapa to every one of those power sites, from Nukiho to Whatakoruru to Te Rapapa to Opoia to Kirikiriroa to Waitā Whiriwhiri, Matakanohi, Puketekete and Manaharakete.
Okay. Yeah, tēnā koe.
Thank you. Thank you for the no further question. Thank you very much for your submissions, and I'm glad at least you could see us. That was important. Thank you so much. Kia ora. Right, we now go on to Nia Suez. Is she here, please? Kia ora.
So let me tell you about myself. Hamilton is my home, my whenua. I grew up in Waingaro, just between Whatawhata and Raglan. But I also have whenua here through Ngāti Wairere, through Oaharua Te Poke. So I'm on both sides and in a way part of Hamilton, and Hamilton is my home. It's a long time, it's been a long time for council to come and do this for Māori, with Māori, to represent. I've been on my journey through discovering my whakapapa and where I belong, because growing up I didn't know where I belonged. Maybe council previously has not embraced Māori at the same time, discouraging identity and more or less whitewashing, I think so. For me, Māori represent ourselves individually, but also that Māori should be encouraged themselves to be a part of council. This right now is becoming something, and I support that. Through my journey, I've discovered a lot of propaganda from individuals, early settlers, that told their stories without actually knowing the truth of what actually happened. So I discovered, if you have been to Hukanui, there is a cafe or an old homestead from the 1900s that was from early settlers. It's a heritage site, but it was called Woodlands. So before that it was Hukanui, and Woodlands went all the way from Hukanui right down to Tauwhare. So that was that whole Woodlands area. The merchants came and they subdivided and gave land to other early settlers, and the story was kind of misconstrued, where Gordonton now is, Hukanui should have been, but because, I don't know, the winner writes history, it's that propaganda that really we need to know what the truth is, and I think the council can help us do that. Questions?
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for your submission. In terms of, so am I right to hear that one thing that you would like to see from He Pou Manawa Order is us telling more of our history and stories, but so people understand?
Well, I believe that we should be telling the truth. So I know, and I am quite honoured to know that there are early settlers who did improve Hamilton and did, like the Jolly family and Frank Ginn and, you know, small farmers who, might I say, got ripped off by that government back in the 1800s because they were promised land from England and then came here and they got swamped, right? So we have to tell those stories as well, but we have to tell it in the truthful way that, you know, Māoris weren't here and they were doing nothing, because that's a European's perspective on a time 100 years ago. I think we now have changed to where we can actually understand who we are, and we are not those people anymore.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. To the best of my knowledge, I've been informed that there are no further submitters present or on Zoom. So we now bring to the end the submission process, and I'm now going to go round the table, so to speak, and round Zoom with Councillor Maxine to seek direction from members as to what further information, based on both the verbal and written submissions we've received, that we would like to be covered in the deliberations report for the 18th of May Community Committee meeting, to which this committee is conducting the hearings on behalf of. Also aware that if there are things that crop up after today, then obviously just send us through an email, I think to governance be the easiest one. Yeah, I think through governance, and then they'll direct it on to the report writers. So I'm going to start with Mayor Southgate, because I've got a feeling that hopefully you can be with us till 5:30, but we'll start with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I did think that the whole meeting was excellent in terms of people speaking freely and honestly about how they sat with this issue, which is what we knew would happen when we put it out there, also knowing, of course, not everyone would be comfortable with it. And maybe some of us have sat here today at times feeling a little uncomfortable also. So I think what I need for the deliberations really is just to see how staff can capture some of the drafting changes that have been proposed around the action points. There were a number, I have them written down in my notes, but I'd have to go through them, but there were a number of sort of quite clear and easy to maybe pick up and include amendments, changes, reflections on the actions. I'm interested we will need a report at the beginning of the meeting to cover off exactly how the consultation occurred, because there have been a few comments about extending out consultation, reaching more stakeholders, access on marae for people to think about this, and also likewise the wider public where they were able to access it. So I imagine that normally comes as a standard report at the beginning of a deliberations council meeting. Where did you get your intel from? In terms of basically funding, I just need a little bit of greater understanding where the funding streams may sit for some of the actions, notwithstanding that we haven't gone into that next conversation, which is once the strategy is adopted, what priorities might we give to some actions, because I think that will guide our spend, but I want to understand what Council's intention is. I wanted to understand what Council's intention was to fund parts of the implementation and where the budget sat within existing work streams. So, for example, we've got some work streams over, it's just I can't hear when other people are talking. There's some other work streams over things like the arts policy, street names, biodiversity, working with iwi and nature projects, etc. So there is some money there, it's just not always easy to see where it is. Of course, at some stage we're going to have to reconcile the pending conversation around Māori wards with this one, and I'm not quite sure how we do that, where we bring they seem to me a little bit separate at the moment. I just need to understand how we bring that into the picture. Nearly finished, people. I'm really interested in the whole concept of strengthening the partnership element, what that looks like. I heard people talking of 50-50 resource sharing, so it would be really good to get some feedback from some of our iwi partners as to where they would see the partnership lying, because 50-50 means that iwi also need to contribute some resources, but we've got an obligation to contribute resources as well, and some of it's our core work. So there's a little bit of nuance and discussion around that for me. But yeah, look, my head is full, and absolutely full with what we've heard today, and I really need to go away and reflect. So I'll probably come back to you, Chair Gallagher, with some more thoughts in the clear light of day.
It's direct to governance, absolutely. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just fire off some thoughts or collections, if that's all right, from the day. Mayor Paula touched on it briefly, some accountabilities around the measurements and how we can better, and a regular feedback mechanism. It may or may not be in there, so apologies if it is, Muna, but just how we could potentially expand on those things. There was a talk around the youth, and I know we capsulate through the 4 PO, the pillars, but is there an opportunity to better engage with the youth element? Dame raised about Matariki, and I know we've got that coming as a public holiday, national public holiday potentially, so perhaps there's the opportunity to put that more into how we can celebrate that as a city, some space around that. Quite a bit of talk around other cultures, and the Māori strategy reflects all cultures, but I wonder if we could highlight that more, that this isn't just a Māori document, but rather it's a platform for cultural inclusivity. So I don't know if we could highlight that a bit more. I missed Vicky Young's presentation verbally, but I was reading through it on her discussions around Te Papanui and Enderley, and there was some sort of BAU stuff in there, and playgrounds, and someone mentioned Fifth Ave, or the Bombers actually in their submission mentioned Fifth Ave and no school crossing, and there's some real fundamental bits that fell out of that submission that perhaps we've actually captured in some of our LTP stuff, so it'd be really useful just to understand what's already in play, and we could feed that back to those groups as well. The emblem obviously was a strong mention from our young lady, G. Vaya. Yeah, not as young as Norm, clearly.
Norm the bomber.
The wannabe Super Māori fella bomber. So where was I? Yeah, the emblem. It'd be interesting just to. I don't want to make this a foot in the door to open up a can of worms, but there was a fair point. I thought that had some crown significance, and it was just in her submission. It was come out of just because someone won a competition, and so it makes me look at that as well. And the conversations around street names and wards. I don't know if this is a document to muddy the waters, to be honest, but I think we do need to identify what's in and what's not. If it's a principle-based document, it may speak to that, but to really clarify that so it doesn't become a let's fit everything into this document type of scenario.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Already, a few of my points have already been made. If anything else comes to mind, are we able to
Yes, that's
raise
it. And I think we just through Amy. Sean, direct. Sorry, yeah, I forgot about you. Sorry, Sean.
How could you?
You haven't noticed you there. Sorry. Yeah, direct to Sean. All right.
Okay. Sorry, can I just answer that question first, Chair Martin? So there will be a workshop with councillors where we will bring back what we've understood to be the collective reflections of various submitters, and what we hear from councillors as well. So we'll make sure there's a process that you can feed into the next version of the strategy before it comes to the community committee for the formal part of it.
Okay, yeah, no, that's good then. Because I wrote a little list of things, but I'm keen to just go back to the document and actually see if they're actually covered off or not first. There were some quite clear actions that were put forward. One was around establishing space for a collaboration. I think it was Milena who brought that up. And so I was quite interested in that idea of what else we got? There was, for the DHB, it was just a wording thing, but they brought up some good points around terms. So, for example, speaking about Māori, non-Māori rather than Māori versus Hamiltonians, which is an interesting point, but maybe if we're able to just pick up points from submitters around the language used in the document and think about what's the best way to articulate that. There were points made around Māori representation at the council table a lot, but I guess to Ryan's point, the question will be kind of debated to some extent next week, but maybe there could also be some thinking done around what else we can do beyond wards. So it's not just a question of wards or no wards, but they talked about like a clear pathway and people actually understanding how do you get on council, or maybe there's more work we can do to actually have people educated or informed around the role itself, the timing of when you might need to stand, what's involved and that kind of thing. So it's just actually making it more accessible for people, and that they can think about it in time, so it's not... Yeah, anyway, so I'm interested in that clear pathway outside of the question of the wards. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Mangai Norm?
Yep. Today we heard lots of whys, the rationale behind the why, and it was really humbling to hear Te Reo Māori spoken quite rigorously today. It's beauty to my ears, and my head's really full, so I might go down to the river to do a Davey Manu bomb, just to clear my head so that I'm fresh for tomorrow. But one of the things really, I did this at an Indigenous governance course years ago, and the professor from Canada, he spoke about strategic documents, and similar to this, he says, strategic documents are like cereal popcorn. They taste good, but they have no nutritional value. And what he meant by that is actually about the execution of it. And I think there's a real opportunity now is how do we connect the KPIs, if we talk about that, the milestones to achieve the PO, and all the wonderful conversation and contribution that was made today, and realising that over the duration of its intent and content. And I think there's a connection to the long-term plan, there's a connection to partnership, and recognising what does investment look like in terms of achieving that. So the questions that were posed this morning around the how, I think they are really important. Being in the LTP conversations for a wee while now, there is some putia tag to cultural stuff. And I use the word culture because there's a difference between culture and indigeneity. And I was going to ask that question, what's the difference between culture and indigeneity? In Te Ao Māori, typically, culture is inclusive of everything. And I just want to talk to one example. It's the river settlement. Iwi Māori went in, Waikato Tāne and the other iwi went in to fight for the right and health of the Māori of the river. They accessed a putia or some resources, and now everyone is sharing in that. Everyone, the black, red and the white, the red, the threads that King Tawhito talked about, unity, and that's actually a good example of what's great for Māori is great for everyone. And it's a culture of unity. So realising that, it's really around the how. So I actually don't sit on the community committee, by the way. I was just here to be a nohi to make a good contribution, hopefully, to the conversation. But how do we actually realise that in terms of execution? So for me today, I was really stoked. I would have been really proud if we actually had a photo with the submitters, because I think this is actually history in the making. Someone wrote a song, that's a little bit history, but that's old news now. So how do we capture the mauri that was shared today? Really proud sitting next to all the submitters and hearing their passion, and you could actually feel their words in your heart. Te Pora had a little bit of a tangi, I was going to cry too, but I didn't want to cry in front of Ryan. So it's really about the how, as we are getting to with this. And I think going to the marae will be a good thing as well. Going to the Pokai, I'd love to take our council to the next Pokai at Te Papa Orotu or Hokanui, and we might need to get an invitation formally on that, but I think Whaia Hekiterangi gave that invitation. We go there as a ropu, and so we are one with our iwi, we're one with our people, we're here, we're one. How can, it's he paumanoa ora in action. Yeah.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Mai Te Pora.
And what an amazing day. At times emotional, happy, sad, all sorts of great emotions in there. I'm also very proud that I think Norm got his bombing membership approved and got a photo with that. So some of us had better outcomes than others for the day. Totally supportive of what Norm's senior membership. What Norm's saying, and if I can quickly give an example. So the Iwi Māori Council with the DHB, we used to meet up at the Lake Cafe, and that's where we would have our meetings up there. Fast forward to, pre-COVID, we moved those joint meetings out to Rangiriri. We went to Rangiriri, we've been down to Te Kuiti, we've been to Raukawa. The quick point I'm trying to make here is partnership goes back and forth and experiencing each other. What I heard today was 5 key things. One was around education and how we bring awareness to each other, especially around the room here. There was one. Acknowledge te maha o Ngāti Wairere haramai ki te whakatakoto a rātou ngākau. Just acknowledgement to Ngāti Wairere that came, and the many of them that came and spoke about where their place and their inclusion was with us here. So I think I want to flag that because I've heard them talk. We need to flag that as to have a kōrero there. The other one is succession planning and how we do that. Who is the younger one that's going to replace Norm when the time comes? But we need to be purposeful for he ages, purposeful and deliberate about that succession plan, and I heard that a lot today, but lots of opportunities as well around partnership, and we, for all of those that laid it down on the table or the bench there, we need to take them up on that partnership. There were lots of offers today for that. But for the rest of it, I think we'll go away and reflect because there was so much laid down.
Thank you. Councillor Robb.
Thank you, Chair. Look, when I read the submissions a couple of days ago, I thought that very few of the yeses commented on how we, and I say we as what we could do in this partnership. I thought many of the comments centred on what were and identified council's responsibilities in terms of improving the relationship and also changing and adding infrastructure. I think, though, today, I think the submitters kind of moved my thoughts, and I know that a lot of those yeses in there still indicate the same. It is a council responsibility, but what I would like to see in the strategy the strategy that we might eventually adopt, I want to see it us being part of a partnership rather than the main honcho or the initiator and the main funder in the project. And I say that because the treaty, and it's on page 10 of the paper, the treaty does talk about how we will achieve these items by partnership and participation. And so we need to do it together. We can't do it on our own. If we do it on our own, I have absolutely no doubt that we'll get it wrong anyway. And we may have spent millions and millions of dollars in doing it. So I'd like to see some of the submissions perhaps further teased out by staff if there's time to do that, and give us some indication of a starting point. I think the culture and mood on this council is that we will adopt some form of strategy around this project, and I would like to see the council ultimately becoming a participant in a partnership. I don't want to see us as the main initiator. I think we've been a bit of an enabler up until now, but I think I'd like to see us as an initiator and not the sole funder in whatever we do going forward. And on one very small note, I'd like to see in the staff report the statistics around the statistics from the Rototuna High School students being ring-fenced and reported separately in the staff report, just so that it would give us some transparency over that report, that group of reports. And we have a precedent for that because we did do that some years ago, as I remember, and we may have done it on other occasions, around the cyclists, the zero, what are they called? Generation Zero, who submitted individual submissions on a bulk sort of, but I'd just like to see that from a transparent point of view so that we can either dispute some of the comments that have been made in the last 24 hours around, and I think I'd like to see in that also an indication of what class subject was being taught in terms of the group of students who actually were asked to respond to the submissions.
Thank you. We can now go across to Zoom. Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Observations, I guess, in the first instance, that it was a very respectful meeting, and thank you, Chair, for keeping us on track in terms of that. I thought all the submitters had put a lot of effort and consideration into their responses, and was pleasure to be able to listen to in most instances. I think we've covered a great deal of the themes that were covered off today. I was quite taken with Carolyn Hopper, who talked about that until we had the conversation, that we really couldn't put a value on it. And I think that that's really good advice to us around being able to first put the foundations down and then talk about how we might be able to give credence to them through our actions. I definitely enjoyed the discussion with the bombing group and their aspirations for our awa, and I think that that's really important for us to understand that wide variety of groups have been submitting on not just what was in the He Po Manawa Order document, but take us wider to think more broadly. Certainly the Po on prosperity is critical to the economics for Māori local, and some understanding about how we might be able to use some of the outcomes in there to also benefit council would be really good to have an understanding around, particularly perhaps the social procurement angle that is being explored by not just myself, but more broadly across the organisation, as Richard talked about in the Finance Committee this week. I think the theme of education is really important and was touched on by a good number of people in their presentations today, and that storytelling is an important way to be able to do that education rather than facts and numbers. Okay. I attended a gully session through strike workers where local Ngāti Wairere member came and told us stories about the part of the river that we were working on, and that was enormously valuable knowledge for me.
Thank you.
I think also
sorry, we're starting to run out of a quorum. Sorry?
A couple of submitters that talked about using the facilities that council already have in terms of our libraries and
Maxine, apologies to interrupt you.
Through.
Maxine, sorry, we are stretched for a quorum. Can I just get? I've got to go to Dave Mack, and you go to Ewan.
It's okay, because either way, Norm's not a member of the committee, so I didn't realise that.
And Tapora has to come back in, but she'll be here. Tapora's here. We just need the quorum to vote for the next part. Yes, you are.
In that case, I'll walk out because you're in the fit of pique because you didn't make me next.
Well, no, I was giving respect to Councillor Maxine, Councillor Dave.
You cut Maxine short now.
Well, I'm sorry. It's just I do apologise, but we just there. I'm sure I'll make it up to Maxine. Dave.
They can't. Look, I haven't got all that much to add, but Ryan raised an important point, and it's sort of it may not seem to be part directly of He Po Manawa Order, but the question that was raised about why are there no crossings outside Te Ararima School, which was my old primary school, by the way. It wasn't called that then, but it struck me the contrast between that question and the group we had this morning arguing the toss about whether Rototuna should have bollards that raise or not and nice new roads. And I'm thinking, well, I think Te Ararima School would probably just love to have a footpath full stop, you know, or a cycleway full stop, more to the point there. And the difference between low decile areas facilities in our city, which has been raised in the past, and places like Rototuna. So I think that's something I'd like to tease out. I think it flows out of this strategy, that issue. So that was a good point. On Rob wanting to know what class subject they studied at Rototuna, I think the subject was called Revolutionary Studies.
Marxist.
Well, that's a subset of it, Rob.
Let's move on.
And talking about ring fencing submissions, could we, while we're doing the youth, could we also do ring fence grey power submissions, please, as well?
Well, we'll do a bit of analysis of
Yeah, I'm making the point
I get it.
there that it takes two to tango. But the one new thing that I've got here, quite a few submitters, obviously from Wairere background, were critical of who wasn't consulted, i.e. them or their hapu. There were some Wairere submitters that had the opposite viewpoint and was very supportive of that. Wairere are members or represented on Thork, which is mandated by Tainui. So I understand some of that background, but I'm not sure that how widely that's clear, and it'd be good for us to have a definitive response on that, perhaps, Mona, that we can use in various spheres, just to not necessarily settle the issue, because I don't know whether you ever can, but explain the issue, perhaps, in that area. I had one of this little niggle, actually. There was a staff submission which was submission from a member of staff towards the end that was extremely pointed about other staff members, and I think that that was a bit inappropriate. If you look at what was actually written in their written submission and was touched on in the spoken one as well, it was a very with no chance for the other staff, and we're only talking about one or two staff members that were targeted. So I thought that left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth.
We'll check.
Yeah, no, I'm just
we're
asking.
Not the employer, obviously chief executive, but we'll check for appropriate professional.
And that person had identified themselves as an employee.
Natural justice too. Yeah. Because if someone's subject to any criticism, there's a natural justice component.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, that's me.
Thank you. Deputy Chair Wilson, and I do acknowledge and thank my good friend Jeff Taylor for being with us for the quorum as well.
It's okay, I have nothing to add.
Do you have anything to add, Jeff?
No, look, I would just say that I listened carefully to all the submissions and I have absolutely nothing that I need staff to add to the deliberations report from what I heard today. But it was a good listening. Thank you.
Can we just... Thank you. Can we now move to, I don't have anything to add, I'll pass on directly. Can you just read us the resolution, the standard resolution now that we have? Because obviously our job in 1 second, and I'll ask Muna to close, but first of all we have to move a motion that then because the next part of this exercise goes to the community committee and to the elected members workshop as well.
So in a summary, it is to receive the report, hear and consider the verbal submissions, and notes that the deliberations report will go to the community committee, followed by a recommendation to the council.
It's moved by Councillor Rob Pascoe. Do I have a second? A second to Councillor Dave McPherson. If there's no debate, I will put that. All those in favour, please raise your hand. On Zoom as well, please. Those to the contrary? Carried. Motion is carried unanimously. I now hand over to Muna just to close this session.
Kia ora tātou. I'll be very quick. I know everybody wants to get away, but I'm hugely proud today. I was so looking forward to this day. Like Norm said, it is a first for this particular council that we've had something like this. I want to thank you for your making our people feel comfortable in this environment. Norm is right. You could see that there was a lot of nerves from those that were presenting today, and you conducted yourself with mana and with esteem to make our people feel comfortable. I'm sure it's like that when you go to a marae. There's this little bit of unsurety about how you should act. So that was displayed today, and I want to thank Council for making them feel welcome. That's part of what we want to achieve through this strategy. So thank you very much, and I'm sure our people will go back to their maraes and talk about their experience that they had in Council today. So tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Hoi anō I tīmata tātou I te karakia me whakauti pai I tā tātou hui I tēnei rā ki te karakia. Kia tau, kia tāta katoa te ata whai o tō tāta ari ki ai karaisi. Me te aroha o te atua, te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, āmene. Kia ore everyone.
Thank you, Chair Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, very good job. Thank you, man. Great job.
No, thank you. Dave, have you got a car?
No.
Oh,
Thanks, Martin.
no, cheers. Okay, sure, I'll get Jill, doesn't matter.